Welcome to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. Another hot, sunny day in College Station, Texas as the College Station Regional rolls on. First things first, an elimination game today. Southern Cal out of the Big Ten, Texas State from the Sun Belt Conference. A look at our bracket. Texas A&M got it all started on Friday with a 7-5 win over Lamar. Texas State and a thriller 5-4 over Southern Cal. Yesterday's elimination game saw Lamar go home. Last night, Texas A&M with a win over Texas State to advance to the regional final. And we've got an elimination game to start things off today. Hello again, and welcome to College Station. Alongside the College Baseball Hall of Famer Todd Walker, I'm Richard Cross. Thanks so much for being with us. One of these teams is going to have a really long day today. They want to try and extend their stay here in College Station. What's the mindset for these teams?
They want to have a long day today. If you're a player, you start thinking about, could this be the end of my season? So a little anxiety there. Both these teams can bash the ball around. Texas State, top 10 in the country in home runs, and USC scored 19 yesterday. So I'm expecting another offensive day today.
On Friday night, we had a close, low-scoring game. In the bottom of the 8th inning, Adrian Lopez going the opposite way into the bullpen. That puts Southern Cal ahead 4-3. They were feeling good in the 9th inning with their closer in the game, but then Chase Mora changed everything with one swing of the bat. He knew it off the bat, a 2-run shot. That made it 5-4 Texas State, and then it would be Chase Mora with the leather, making the diving stab to end the ball game. Texas State would advance and Southern Cal would not. They were fired up after this ball game. They did the hokey pokey and they turned themselves around.
That's what it's all about, RC, right there. And what a game for Texas State. And got beat up a little bit by the Aggies yesterday. Here they are today trying to save their season.
Big contrast, low-scoring game on Friday night. Both of these teams involved in lopsided games yesterday. A season-high 19 runs for Southern Cal in the win. For Texas State, well, they were on the wrong end. After leading 2-0 early last night against A&M, they gave up 17 unanswered, and that is why they find themselves in this elimination game. Chase Mora and the Southern Cal Trojans trying to meet up with A&M for the first time this weekend. Texas State wants it to make it a Lone Star battle tonight. We're back to Bluebell after this. Southern Cal is the visiting team in this ball game. We'll see Adrian Lopez in the 2-hole. He's 5 for 10 in the tournament. Couple of home runs and a double this weekend. He's driven in at 5 and has been outstanding for Southern Cal. But don't sleep on Isaac Cadena, the 5 spot in that order. 5 for 6 with 4 runs scored in the regional. First pitch from Cade Smith misses for ball 1, and we are underway in this elimination game in College Station, Texas. Cade Smith coming in 4-2 on the year with a 3.92 ERA. This is his 6th start of the season, and he delivers a strike.
6'3", 210-pound Cade Smith, redshirt sophomore. Spent the last 2 years at New Mexico Junior College. Low 90s fastball. He does have the slider. He throws a lot of changeups to left-handed hitters. Elite command of the zone. 74% of his fastballs for strikes.
A base hit for Avery Covarrubias to start the ball game for Southern Cal. It was a hit parade yesterday for the Trojans, and Covarrubias starts this one off in much the way yesterday's game went.
Good news for Cade Smith is he throws strikes. Bad news is it gets hit if it's up in the zone. And it's only got 7 walks in 62 innings pitched. His best outing was on April 25th. He went 7 against Coastal. And not a lot of swing and miss, so he's going to have a hard time burying hitters with 2 strikes. But he can throw it over the zone, and if he gets some weak outs and some balls hit at some guys, he can last out there today.
Adrian Lopez hitting a cool 500 this weekend, 5 for 10. He takes a first pitch strike from Cade Smith. San Antonio native, the right-hander. Big guy on the mound. Texas State with a win 5-4 on Friday night against the Trojans. They were on the wrong end, though, of an offensive barrage last night from Texas A&M. 17-2 the final in that game. That one just misses outside for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tim Winningham, our home plate umpire today. Joined on the bases by Jake Uhlenhop at first base, Connor Hoagland at second, and John Budka as the third base umpire. Leadoff single for Covarrubias. He's at first base, starts to go, and then stops, and it's fouled back by Adrian Lopez. Count goes to 1-2. Andy Stankiewicz, the head coach at Southern Cal, in his 4th season. Bit of a renaissance for the Trojans under Stankiewicz. Back-to-back tournament appearances. First time USC's gone back-to-back in a regional since 2001-2002. Breaking ball stays in. 2-2. Oh, did it graze him? So it got the forearm, and he's going to head to first base. So a leadoff single and then a hit by pitch.
See if it got him. Tim Winningham, the home plate umpire, must have heard something. Adrian Lopez did not move after the catcher caught that ball, which would think he either really wants to hit or he didn't get hit. Either way, Tim Winningham gives him first base.
You ever have one of those where you got grazed and then you tried to sell it as if you didn't get hit because you wanted to swing the bat?
Of course. Yeah, I wanted to hit.
Augie Lopez in the 3-hole, the DH, as he has been in all 3 games for Southern Cal this weekend. He takes outside for ball 1. We're looking to see if we can see maybe a change of direction. Maybe. We'll trust Tim Winningham. He was a little closer than we were. This one runs inside. 2 balls and no strikes to Augie Lopez, the leading home run hitter for Southern Cal. He's got 17 long balls on the year.
Right about the time we tell you Cade Smith is going to be all around the zone, he's been a little erratic. Hits Adrian Lopez, and then Augie Lopez falls behind 2-0. And that's nerves, a little bit of nerves out there for Cade Smith. And Namkin goes out there to calm him down a little bit.
Season on the line for both of these two teams. Southern Cal coming in with 44 wins after their victory yesterday, 44-16. Bobcats out of the Sun Belt Conference, 37-25. If you've been with us this weekend, you've heard what we've said. They thought their season was over 8 days ago when their time in the Sun Belt Conference wrapped up, but they were one of the last teams into the field. They draw the at-large bid for just the third time. And thrilled to be here.
How about that? 3-0 green light. First and second, nobody out. USC feeling pretty good about themselves. Scored 19 runs yesterday, and that can carry over.
If you get that 3-0 green light, you got to put a good swing on it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you can't. He was a little late on that pitch, too.
This one back, and now the count full. Baseball player, you have been on the receiving end of a lopsided ball game. That was what happened with Texas State. How much does that shake the confidence of a team that we've talked about? It's been loose, they're experienced, they're old.
Yeah, momentum's a real thing in baseball, but it's short-lived. So right now, in this inning, USC feeling pretty good about themselves. Texas State is not, but that can change quick. And for Cade Smith, if he can settle in, he'll be the best version of himself, which is throwing corners up and down and hitting the spots, throwing strikes.
I think it was Jim Leland that said momentum in baseball is as good as your next day's starting pitcher.
Well, that's absolutely true. And I think Cade Smith got a little rattled with the base hit by Avery. And, since then, it's been a little erratic.
Wonder if Jim Leland took the cigarette out of his mouth to make that statement about momentum.
I don't know if he ever took a cigarette out of his mouth.
Probably not.
Slept with it.
Full count to Augie Lopez, first and second, nobody out. Top of the first inning. And that one just missed inside. Boy, Texas State wanted that pitch. Bases loaded, nobody out in the first. Coming into this, you see where he ranked nationally. Walks per 9 inning at just per 9 innings, just over 1. That's 10th best in the country. Strikeout to walk ratio, closing in on 6. That's top 40 nationally, but a hit batter and a walk here in the first.
Well, Cade Smith, guys like Cade Smith have to be extremely comfortable on the mound because they're going to have to hit their spots, like I mentioned, have the ball move a little bit for them. But if they're not, you'll see what you're seeing right now. And Texas State is just hoping that Cade Smith can get settled in, and a double play could do that right here.
Single, hit by pitch, and walk, and already there will be some action in the bullpen for Texas State. We saw them go through a bunch of pitchers in last night's ball game. Would say that Southern Cal is probably in better shape from a pitching standpoint in terms of depth.
Yeah.
Although with Texas State, they managed the arms pretty well. You didn't have anybody that went out and gave you 2, 3, 4 innings out of the bullpen. It was an inning, a couple of outs.
Yeah, and that's a good point because they're going to need it. The winner of this game has to win 2 more. So you've got this game plus 2 to get through. They're going to need a lot of arms.
Kevin Takeuchi has 3 hits in the regional. All 3 of them are doubles. And he takes a first pitch strike from Cade Smith. This ball hit into the air to center field. Fryman going back to the wall, and it's a grand slam! Kevin Takeuchi got it up in the air, gave it a ride, and it's a 4-0 lead in the top of the first. Still nobody out for Southern Cal.
Takeuchi sat all over that slider. First pitch strike, and he sat back knowing that slider was coming, came out over the plate. Perfect timing on that ball, got it up in the air. We all know that this is one of the better hitting ballparks in the country. Wind blowing straight out, and it's Kevin Takeuchi's first career grand slam, and came at a good time here in the top of the first.
9th long ball of the year for Takeuchi. Fireworks early for the Trojans. They scored 19 yesterday. They've got 4 here in the top of the first, and still nobody out as Isaac Cadena comes to the plate.
The timing on that was so perfect. Again, you know, if he would have thrown a fastball, Takeuchi would have been a little late. That's how you know that he was guessing and right on the slider.
Cadena lines it up the middle, a base hit, and he stays absolutely on fire. He is now 6 for 7 in the regional. '20th pitch is on the way. Coming up to Jack Basier. And no outs yet.
Well, you asked about momentum from USC. The answer is yes, it does carry over. 4 runs already in the top of the first and still nobody out.
There's a first pitch strike to Jack Basier.
It's not an overly offensive team, and they hit 280 during the course of the year. They do have a lot of home runs, about 85 home runs for USC.
On the ground to short, to second for 1, to first for the double play, and that is big, big for Texas State. Trying to stop the bleeding. They get the first 2 outs of the ball game. Pitcher's best friend, 6-4-3.
Yeah, just 1 hitter too late. They were hoping Kevin Takeuchi would do that, but this is what Texas State does best. Double plays, the 62nd double play this season for them, and that's second best in the country.
Came into the weekend with 59, and that was 3rd nationally coming in. They had 2 in yesterday's ball game. They add 1 here in the first, so impressive with the twin killings, but so is this swing from Andrew Lamb. First pitch lines it out into center field for a base hit. Andrew Lamb has had a big weekend here in College Station.
Nice compact swing going the other way. And that's a swing where you're sitting slider also, but you're quick enough with the bat that if you do get the fastball and it's not 98 miles an hour, you can still make contact, go the other way. Perfect swing there from Andrew Lamb out of the 7-hole.
And now the 8-hole hitter, Dean Carpentier, comes to the plate. Carpentier goes after the first fastball. Rifles it into the net over by the first base dugout. The junior from Huntington Beach, California. A couple of hits in the regional, 3 home runs on the year for Carpentier. Southern Cal, one of 2 teams of the 64 playing in regionals that has multiple grand slams. This ball on the ground to short, fielded there by Vasos. He's able to flip it to Bowles, covering fielder's choice to end the inning. But 4 runs on 4 hits, highlighted by a grand slam in the top of the first.
A walk hit by pitch, a walk, and then Kevin Takeuchi. Dead center. Trojans 4-0.
Diego Velasquez is headed to the mound for Southern Cal. You run a right-handed freshman out in an elimination game in a regional. Kind of like the idea of spotting him 4 runs before he ever throws a pitch.
Talented kid, 5th-ranked shortstop out of California last year. Two-way player, has 23 plate appearances. And from Reseda, California. You know who else is from Reseda?
Mr.
Daniel
Miyagi.
LaRusso. No, Daniel LaRusso.
Well, yeah, but Mr. Miyagi lived there too.
5th start for Diego Velasquez. Fastball giddy up to 97 miles an hour. He's pretty good.
It's not like LaRusso went to Westwood for his training. All right, this Texas State offense can really swing it. They've got big-time home run numbers, set a school record with home runs, and that number has been growing here in the regional. 115 long balls on the year. Cotton, Salas, and Nemkin at the top of the order as the Bobcats try to answer the 4 runs from Southern Cal in the top of the first.
Yeah,
Different leadoff hitter today.
Yeah.
With Jackson Cotton in this leadoff spot.
Yeah, Rashawn Galloway hit the fence a 2 nights ago, and we saw yesterday him at the plate just scuffling, and he's out of the lineup today, which is a big loss for Texas State.
Tried to go in last night's ball game, had a couple of at-bats. It was abundantly clear that he was really hurting swinging the bat. First pitch strike to Jackson Cotton. Rashawn Galloway. First time all year he has not been in the starting lineup as that pitch goes in for strike 2.
Well, you know he's hurting badly if he's not playing today because he really wanted to stay in there. And again, he suffered through yesterday's game just too much to get to play today.
The 0-2 to Cotton. This one's low. Jackson Cotton, the freshman from Missouri City, Texas. He went to St. Pius X. The 1-2. On the ground, left side. That is fielded by Takeuchi, moving to his left for the first out in the bottom of the first.
One side of the ball can definitely give you a lot of confidence on the other side of the ball. Takeuchi, the grand slam, the top of the first. That wasn't an easy play. Moves to his left, gathers himself, and makes an accurate throw. Made a tough play look easy.
Manny Salas will step in, the junior from North Richland Hills, Texas, transferred from Weatherford College. He is a bopper in the top part of this order. 16 home runs on the year, had a solo home run yesterday. Goes after the first pitch and fouls it off. This was last night against Texas A&M.
Yeah, that's a nice swing. Oppo. Big blast. 6'1", 235, Manny Salas. Got him going. Another home run in that game. They were up 2-0 before Texas A&M pinned 17 unanswered on them.
North Richland Hills, where Salas is from, just to the northeast of Fort Worth. Part of the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex. Salas on the ground. Covarrubias playing out in short right field, and Salas is retired. Hits it right into the shift for the second out of the inning.
Yeah, was it though? If they're in a normal spot, it would have been at second base also, you know? So we can have a few hours conversation on the shift, but yeah, okay.
Your opinions are strong.
If we want to say the shift worked, then there you go. Second out of the inning.
Just said it worked there. He hit into the shift, and
he did do
you
that.
Got the out.
Yeah. And there's plenty of times when they don't.
Major League Baseball, which is a different game than college, a year ago put the rule in where you had to have, in terms of infield defense, 2 players on the right side of second base, 2 players on the left side of second base. Are you in favor of that for college?
Well, I just think it's overused. I think it's overthinking the game a little bit. And my eyes will tell me over years of watching when this shift has become popular that it works half the time and it doesn't. And so I start to think about the pitcher on the mound who didn't, you know, put the players in the shift. The coaches do. When you deliver a pitch and the ball goes in a hole where it should be an out and it's not, you know, what does the pitcher think? What's the psyche there? You know, and I've seen a lot of pitchers get upset about that. And, you know, I mean, the spray charts will tell you that it's probably, you probably should do it, but it's game by game, pitch by pitch situation, and you got to pitch to it.
Clayton Namkin, the freshman from New Braunfels, Texas. This one hammered through the left side. That was a one-hopper through the dirt out into left field. That's the first hit of the ball game for Texas State. A two-out base runner in Clayton Namkin, a freshman who has had an outstanding year.
Two of the first three hitters in this Texas State lineup are freshmen. Jackson Cotton, the leadoff, and now Clayton Namkin. Yeah, he's had a great year, and he's holding down the catching position. That was a missile, 100 miles an hour off the bat to the left side.
This guy not a freshman, as you see Stephen Trout coaching in the third base box there. Jacque Stewart coming to the plate. From Centon, Texas, transferred from University of Texas. And he lifts this one down the right field line. Will it stay fair? No, foul ball. Oh, what a swing there, and
Stephen Trout's going to challenge that one. It sure looked fair from up here before it crossed into the outfield.
This will be our first look at it.
That ball was killed, 109 miles off the bat. The guy in right field bullpen thinks it's foul.
Call the field was foul ball. That previous play is under review as a crew chief challenge.
All right, so this will not be a Texas State challenge, but rather a crew chief challenge. First base umpire Jake Uhlenhop, he was standing on the line a few steps into the outfield, and that's what the umpires are taught. You got to get to a spot and be still and track it. And that may be the most difficult call that exists for an umpire. On a high fly ball right down the line, where does it cross that foul pole?
100%. And that's kind of a tandem between Tim Winningham behind home plate and Jake Uhlenhop down the first base line. They got two eyes on that. So we're looking at it. Right? Let's see.
There's the
you
ball.
See the ball right there, yeah.
Now
it's coming down. Now it's foul, but we don't have the angle from home plate on this one.
In fairness, that is a camera that is offset from straight down the line. It's a camera that's just below our booth.
So if you can stop it right when it comes in the picture, if we can take a look at it. Yeah, there's the ball right there. And as you go up and it comes into the picture, it looks more like it's above. But great point. The foul pole doesn't go high enough for you to really know.
And I'll tell you this, the angles kind of play tricks on this, but you can.
Now here's the ball again.
Here we go.
After review, the call on the field stands as foul ball. Crew chief challenge.
Boy, you need breaks in baseball, and that was going to be a huge answer to the 4 runs the Trojans put up in the top of the first.
At third base dugout, and the Texas State fans that are here certainly thought that it was a fair ball. You remember the old RBI baseball game on Nintendo? It was like he hit it out of the screen.
Didn't hit too many of those in Nintendo. The
American League All-Stars were the way to go.
Vince Coleman, I mean, he gets on first. He's still second, still third, still home.
Yeah.
Every time.
But he was National League, right?
Well, I'm saying in Nintendo.
Yeah. Jacquay Stewart. 1 ball, 1 strike count. This one runs outside, 2-1. Stewart's got 16 home runs on the year. There is plenty of pop in that bat, as you saw just a moment ago. 2 down in the inning, a runner at first. Clayton Namkin got the 2-out single. He's at first base. There's a swing and a miss. 2-2 now to Jacquay Stewart. Stewart's played first base the last couple of days. He moves to left field with Galloway out of the lineup. Cotton has gone to right field, and they've got DeFury at first base today.
You know what he doesn't get? Another slider middle in. And that's how hitting works. You know, if you hit a ball like that, you can, in your mind, eliminate that pitch, and now it's changeups away and fastballs away. And so you shift your thought process as a hitter to look up the middle the other way.
Payoff pitch. Outside, ball 4. So first and second for Texas State, trying to make something happen in the bottom of the first inning after a top of the first grand slam from Kevin Takeuchi that gave Southern Cal a 4-0 lead.
Well, it's not a 2-run homer, but it's a little momentum for the Bobcats. Justin Vasos coming to the plate, 1 for 4 last night.
I was listening to a post-game radio interview last night that Texas A&M had after their win. And one of their players was talking about, and something that Michael Early talked to us about. It's not about hitting the 2 or 3 run home run. It's about having a successful at-bat so you can hand it off to the next person in the lineup. Is this a game where that, kind of from a strategy standpoint, is going to be huge? Just keep the line moving?
Good at-bats. Yeah, quality at-bats against the freshman Velasquez. And if you can make him throw, especially in this first inning, a lot of pitches, beat up on his confidence a little bit, then that's how you get him correct. But 2-run homers don't hurt either.
No, no, they don't. Justin Vasos has the count go to 1-1. We got a small but vocal crowd on hand today. Good group from Texas State down the road in San Marcos, a little less than 200 miles away. Everybody on edge a little bit in an elimination game. This one popped up on the infield. Covarrubias has it, squeezes it, and the Bobcats strand a couple in the bottom of the first. 1 in the books. 4-0 Trojans. Southern Cal fans finding some shade here at Bluebell Park on a warm Sunday afternoon. Already, Texas State going to the bullpen. They handed off to Wade Cooper, who pitched in last night's ball game, the freshman from Del Rio, Texas. Pretty good in his outing last night.
Yeah, 95 on a fastball. Better against right-handed hitters than he is left-handed hitters. Fastball, cutter, those the sliders to the right-handers, more change-ups to left-handers. And, yeah, he has some experience out there already in this tournament, which is good. How about this one right here? Down and dirty. Get after it. Grand slam out of the 9-hole for Walter Urban, who had 5 hits last night in that game.
Pair of grand slams on the weekend. Had one in the first inning with Takeuchi. That one yesterday with Urban. Arizona State, the other team, out in the Lincoln Regional. I guess up in the Lincoln Regional from where we are. A couple of grand slams on the weekend as well. Urban leading off from the 9-hole, and he shows bunt, takes ball 1. I said Cade Smith pitched yesterday. It was actually Friday night when he pitched, went an inning and a third and gave up just 2 hits. He was the 3rd pitcher used on Friday by Texas State in the win against Southern Cal. 2-0 now to Walter Urban.
Wade Cooper does have 71 strikeouts in 64 innings, 24 walks. That's a little high for his innings pitched, but Cade Smith just didn't have it today.
Urban pops this one up high, foul territory in front of the first base dugout, and that is DeFury who makes the catch for the first out of the inning. Arkansas has just eliminated Northeastern in Lawrence, Kansas. 10-9 the final in that game. There's a little bit of a lip right there where it goes from grass to turf, Todd, that you've got to navigate.
Pretty good by DeFury, only making his 4th start of the year. Has not made an error at first base, 37 chances, but you're right. When your footing gets a little weird, that's when it can capture your attention. Good job staying on top of that one.
Top of the order, Avery Covarrubias singled his first time up. That was the opening at bat of the ball game. .283 on the year for Covarrubias. Defense playing straight up against the leadoff hitter in the lineup for Southern Cal.
And I kind of like the move by Stephen Trout. You know, Cade Smith could come back. They're going to need a lot of pitching, you know, and even though he warmed up and he got his all mental, you know, ready for the start, you know, rather than running back out there and let him figure it out, pull him now, put another guy in, and save Cade Smith if you can keep going.
So it's Cade Smith that went an inning and a third on Friday night. Starts and goes just an inning here. Wade Cooper was the final pitcher used on Friday night. He worked the final 3 innings of that ball game. I think I mixed up his numbers and Cade Smith's numbers a year ago. So both Cade Smith, the starter, and Wade Cooper, the first out of the bullpen, pitched in the win against Southern Cal, the 5-4 victory. There have been a lot of pitchers that have been used over the course of the last 2 days here in College Station, so I'm giving myself a break on that one.
There have been a lot of big-time football scores, yeah. And leadoff walk to Bennett Fryman. Or I'm sorry, Avery Covarrubias.
So now Adrian Lopez comes to the plate. Trying to keep you updated with what's happening all around the country. Mentioned just a second ago that Arkansas has eliminated Northeastern. 10-9 was the final in that game. So the Razorbacks will meet Kansas later this evening. In a regional final, Arkansas would have to beat the Jayhawks twice to advance to next weekend and the Super Regionals.
Arkansas had a great run last week in the SEC tournament, made it all the way to the final. That bullpen was electric. 18 innings in a row without giving up a run in Hoover, Alabama. And they are in a regional final. Dave Van Horn in his 24th year at Arkansas.
Not the first time they've been in that spot as Lopez swings and misses.
The winningest program in the country since the start of the 2017 season is Arkansas. Pretty impressive.
Nebraska and Arizona State are playing an elimination game in Lincoln right now, and Landon Hairston was just ejected in that ball game.
Harry Bonds got ejected. He threw his bat after arguing a strike, and that's not good for Arizona State.
One of the nation's leading home run hitters. Ole Miss and Nebraska were playing late into the night last night. Rain, thunder, and lightning caused a delay that ultimately forced them to finish today. They played the 9th inning this morning. Got started at noon local time in Lincoln. Ole Miss couldn't do anything at the top of the 9th. A couple of base runners for Nebraska in the bottom of the 9th inning, but the Rebels were able to hang on for a 6-3 victory to advance to the regional final. Lopez swings through that one, a ball and 2 strikes. And a number to keep in your head, 82%. Teams that go 2-0 in their first 2 games and get to the regional final advance to super regionals at an 82% clip. There's a big strikeout from Cooper. Lopez goes down swinging for the second out of the inning.
Pretty impressive fastball from Wade Cooper to get Adrian Lopez. We talked about hot in this regional. 5 for 10, 2 home runs. Got hit by the pitch his first time up. And when you know a fastball's coming and you can still blow it by at 92 miles an hour, there's something to it. Adrian Lopez couldn't find the handle.
Here's Augie Lopez, walked and scored on the Takeuchi Grand Slam. Very open stance as he waits on the pitch, and he takes strike 1. Todd, so many different ways that guys get set in the box. All about getting your hands in the right place to start your swing. This one hit high into the air, shallow center field. Catch made by Fryman. Perhaps we'll come back to that conversation. Still 4-0 USC. Got the Trout family in the stands cheering on the Bobcats. Adrian the Alien hanging out with Ellison there. That would be the daughter of the head coach. And good to see the crew here. A good group of Texas State fans have been here for all of their games this weekend.
Yep, there's Stephen Trout, his wife Blair sitting there with Ellison. Missing Little Banks.
I bet he's on the playground.
He's got to be running around somewhere.
Started out as a volunteer assistant, then an assistant coach, spent time as the associate head coach, and since 2019, this has been Stephen Trout's program. Played in the Sun Belt Conference, play in the Sun Belt Conference. That was a good league this year. 5 teams from the Sun Belt getting into the tournament. Southern Miss was conference regular season and tournament champion. Golden Eagles, though, were the first national seed to be bounced from their regional, losing 2 in Hattiesburg. Bennett Fryman leading off. Bottom of the second, 4-0 our score. 2 balls and 2 strikes. So you've got Little Rock, who has advanced to the regional final, and Jacksonville State playing Virginia in an elimination game in Hattiesburg. And Jacksonville State leading early in that ball game.
That Little Rock story is interesting. Lost the last series, got swept by Southeast Missouri State. Chris Curry in the group won 6 of 7 in the Ohio Valley Conference Tournament. And now 2 in a row against Southern Miss and Jacksonville State. They were the 4th best team in the Ohio Valley. And they won the tournament to get in. Chris Curry doing a fantastic job with Little Rock, who took LSU to the regional final last year, Game 7 on a Monday. LSU goes on to win the national championship. So Little Rock busting on the scene.
You may remember watching some of Chris Curry's press conferences in Baton Rouge. He was incredibly gracious and seemed to kind of endear himself not just to the Little Rock fans, but to LSU fans and kind of college baseball fans all over the place with the way his team played.
Good things happen to good people. You're right. And Little Rock certainly playing well right now.
Chase Mora. This one out toward left center. I think he got that one off the end of the bat, and Urban able to make the catch for the second out of the inning. The strikeout of Fryman was the first of the game for Velasquez. Two down now.
Diego Velasquez, we talked about in the open. I mean, he is a talented kid, only a freshman. His dad played pro ball for the Reds in AAA.
.95-mile-an-hour fastball that runs out of the zone to Coy DeFury. Todd told you a few minutes ago, DeFury getting just his 4th start of the season, 15th game that he's played, and he's got 1 hit in 14 at-bats this year. But he's ahead in the count here, 2-0, after a couple of fastballs miss. Strike gets the inside corner. Talking with Andy Stankiewicz before the regional began, he kind of singled out Diego Velasquez and talking about arms. Obviously, the headline grabbers for this rotation are Mason Edwards, pitcher of the year in the Big Ten, and then Grant Govell, who also was first team All Big Ten. But he said, don't sleep on this guy Velasquez. A lot of talent there. He's young, and they've used him in different roles, both out of the bullpen and as a starter, but they love the talent. Long look there from Velasquez. Fury takes that low for ball 3, 3-1. Coy DeFury Got his first hit of the year in last night's game against Texas A&M. He was 0 for 13 in the regular season. Got a double in the 9th inning last night. And he draws a walk here. So all of a sudden, Coy DeFury red hot.
Yeah, it's not somebody you want to walk. Give him a chance to swing the bat. 1 for 14 on the year. Coy DeFury only making his 4th start. That brings up the 9 spot, Brady Bowles. There's Mason Edwards right there, the nation's strikeout leader.
164 on the season. There's 165. He had 5 yesterday and tied the all-time Big Ten record. That's right. We'll chat with Mason Edwards coming up in a little while. 2 down in the inning for Brady Bowles, the 9-hole hitter. Sorry, he needed 1 more to get to that record. So 4 strikeouts. It was candidly an un-Mason Edwards-like performance yesterday. Just the 4th time this season that he had single-digit strikeouts in a game.
Yeah, and they jumped him pretty early, you know, against Lamar and Mason Edwards. The energy wasn't there, so you kind of give him a pass on that one. But he did pitch him into the 5th inning, and we don't know if we'll see him again in this regional.
I think it's safe to say that we won't today. If Southern Cal were to somehow get themselves tomorrow, then perhaps it's a conversation. But you just listen to what Andy Stankiewicz said in his press conference last night. It sounds like that is very unlikely.
Yeah, they start looking at the future for this kid, and that factors in. You and I were talking about 30 years ago, that wasn't a conversation. But now with as much money's involved and agents and everything else going on, you really have to be careful with a kid like that.
What was it, Ben McDonald a few years before you were at LSU, pitched as a starter in a regional game and threw 130, 140 pitches and then came back 2 days later as a reliever?
Yeah. Yeah, he'll tell you that story, and that was pretty common for better arms, you know, back in those days. Never thought I'd get to a point in my life where I would say back in those days, but that's the way it was for us.
Full count to Bowles. Fouls it off to stay alive. How about Troy winning earlier today over Miami? They knocked the Hurricanes out of the Gainesville Regional, and so Troy will face the Florida Gators later tonight. Gonna have to beat the Gators twice.
Florida Gators hit 7 home runs against Miami yesterday. And that was a tight game till Florida just blew it away the last few innings.
Another one fouled away. A little easier to pick up a foul ball today during the daytime. Got a few kids down there going after it.
Knocked one guy down on the ground. That'll be a memory he'll remember forever. I still remember my only foul ball I ever got in the parking lot of the Shreveport Captains AA, Shreveport, Louisiana.
And that retaining wall doesn't have much give to it.
No.
Up and away, ball 4. What a good at bat there for Brady Bowles. Back-to-back walks from Velasquez.
To the 8-hole and the 9-hole. And when you're up by 4, I mean, you would almost rather throw it right down the middle. Watch the wall. Oh, and I think he's more disappointed he didn't get the ball than actually hitting that.
Yeah, no injury there.
Yeah.
Just some pride. Pride got hurt.
And they're still looking at it. Yeah, he's more of a hacky sack guy anyway. He doesn't need the baseball.
Conversation on the mound with Velasquez.
Well, I mean, the first thought is, I mean, we need to, even if you got to throw it right down the middle, we need to throw strikes. I mean, you're up by 4. You just walk the 8 and 9 spot, and you got 2 outs. You know, take your chances. Odds are in your favor. When that hitter makes contact with the baseball, unless he's great, 35% of the time he gets a hit, 65 he doesn't. So let's take our chances with the odds.
You don't have to be fine with a guy that has 0 home runs and 2 home runs at the bottom of the order, but now you flip it to the top and you've got Cotton with 13 and Salas with 16 and Namkin with 11 and Stewart with 16.
Yeah, he's put himself in a tight spot, but that's a nice land right there on an 0-1 slider.
That was pitch number 45 for Diego Velasquez.
And usually the pitching sequence is a slider away, strike one, fastball in. And I think that's what Jackson Cotton was looking for, that fastball in. Nice pitch by Velasquez to make it look like the fastball drops low.
Cotton grounded out to third his first time up. He bats here with first and second and 2 down. Texas State left 2 on the base paths in the first inning. This one on the ground, and it's fielded by Lopez, and they leave 2 on the base paths here in the second inning. Through 2 in College Station. Trojans in front 4-0.
Welcome to Squeeze Play. All the highlights, all the big moments.
Get a chance to have some big-time fireworks.
6 to 8 games on the screen at one time.
You're going to be locked in for that.
The season on the line.
Hashtag Squeeze Play. Send us some tweets. Maybe we'll put you on the social wall.
The storybook season will continue.
There's the QR code. You can scan it. Be like those guys who are just watching Squeeze Play, trying to keep up with all the all the college baseball action going on across the country. Southern Cal, Kevin Takeuchi leading off for the Trojans in the top of the third inning. He has already had a productive day. Grand slam. He's up to 57 runs batted in on the year. That was his 9th home run.
Leads the team. Leads the team in RBIs, runs, walks.
Wade Cooper out for his second inning of work. Stay hot, Kevin Takeuchi. That is his first non-extra base hit of the weekend. Coming into today, he had 3 hits. They were all doubles. Then he added a grand slam. Now just a kind of routine single
Just
up the middle.
Lousy single for Kevin Takeuchi. 2 for 2 is a wonderful feeling, especially when you got a grand slam under you. And that's 2 of the last 3 innings. The Trojans have had the leadoff guy on base.
Covarrubias led the game off with a single. Didn't get the leadoff man on in the second, though did have a base runner. And now Isaac Cadena. Cadena 6 for 7 at the plate. 6 hits, 5 singles, and a double for Isaac Cadena. He's driven in a couple of runs and has scored 4. Actually scored 5 now. With the run scored earlier today, it has been a really good weekend for the Trojans catcher. Takes a strike there and is behind in the count 0-2.
Burying that fastball in on a hitter is always, I thought, the best pitch you could throw, because as a hitter, you start thinking about how am I going to get to the barrel of that ball, and it makes you vulnerable to all the off speed. You're probably not going to hit that 94, 95 inside anyway. But if he can prove that he can put it in there, it makes it tough for a hitter to adjust.
Grand slam for Arizona State. That is their 3rd of the regional. They lead 11-1 over Nebraska in Lincoln. And remember, if they win this game and advance to the regional final against Ole Miss, they will have to play without Landon Hairston, who was ejected for the unsportsmanlike conduct earlier in the ballgame. Two balls, 2 strikes to Isaac Cadena. Takeuchi at first, and Cooper steps off. It's the one time he can do that in this at bat. This ball in the air to right field. Cotton going back. You can forget about that one. Into the seats, a home run for Isaac Cadena. They have only gotten him out 1 time in 3 games here in College Station.
Number 8 for Isaac Cadena gets the barrel out on that one. And if you can get the ball up in the air here in College Station, you've got a really nice chance of it going over the fence. And Isaac Cadena, like you mentioned, just one of the hottest hitters in the country right now. And they throw one right over the plate that he can handle.
Upstairs for ball 1 to Jack Basier.
Look where Nampkin wanted it, and look where it ended up. Nampkin wanted it low and away. He puts it up and in. And Isaac Cadena killed it.
Sear grounded into a 6-4-3 double play his first time up. He's the leading hitter on this team. But just 2 hits over the course of the first 3 games. Today being the 3rd game of the regional, so he's 2 for 10 this weekend. Has driven in a couple of runs.
Had a big regional last year in Corvallis, named to the all-regional team.
Two balls and 2 strikes now to Jack Basier. In the dirt, there's an easy tag out for a strikeout. And that's the first out of the inning as Andrew Lamb comes to the plate, singled his first time up. His dad was not here. He is the son of former Major Leaguer Mike Lamb on Friday night, but you better believe he was here yesterday. Mike Lamb stayed home in California to watch his daughter Brooklyn play in the state championship softball game. Her team won on Friday night, and then Mike jumped on a red-eye flight to get here to Texas to see Andrew play as well. It was the J. Sarah Lions that won their first ever CIF Southern Section D1 championship in California. They beat La Miranda. They won 9 of their last 10 games en route to the title. So,
pretty talented family. Mike Lamb spent 10 seasons in Major League Baseball. 2000 through 2010, and then Mom Teresa played softball also at Cal State Fullerton.
Just reading up on Brooklyn Lamb, and outstanding player. Looks like she's going to have a lot of options for college as well as that gets closer for her. But it's Andrew at the plate right now, and he fouls this one back. 2 balls and a strike.
Andrew noticeably without batting gloves, and that takes a lot. You got to put some dirt, a little pine tar, anything you can do to make it stick. That tape can get real slippery. Also, you got to, a lot of times I had to replace tape. I love taking batting practice and soft toss without batting gloves. You get a good feel for the barrel, but games are different. You get jammed or hit off the end, it stings without batting gloves. And you see Andrew Lamb there constantly having to try to find a grip.
The old Franklin batting gloves. Those were the best.
Yeah, that's right.
Those were great.
Look at him, too. No armor at all for Mike Lamb.
This one hit sharply to first. DeFury fields it. He'll take it himself. Steps on the bag for the second out of the inning. I feel like we should mention sister Michaela as well. We talked about all the rest of the family. So not just Andrew and Brooklyn, but Andrew, Brooklyn, and Michaela. And athletic family. It's been a good weekend for Andrew Lamb at the plate. Here's Dean Carpentier. Grounded into a fielder's choice to end the first inning. Grand slam for Kevin Takeuchi in the top of the first. A 2-run home run for Isaac Cadena here in the third. 6-0 the score. Southern Cal in front of Texas State. The winner will meet Texas A&M tonight in the regional final, but the winner of this game would have to defeat Texas A&M twice, once tonight and again tomorrow, to advance to a super regional. Carpentier came into this game hitting .237, the shortstop batting in the 8-hole. This is 40th game of the year, his 38th start. And to say he has played a good shortstop would be putting it mildly. Just 2 errors all year.
This entire USC defense is great. One of the best in the country, 980 as a group. Covarrubias at second base only made 3 errors.
High into the air to center field. Fryman has it measured. And that ends the inning, but not before USC adds 2 more. Isaac Cadena.
Takeuchi, 2 for 2, and then Isaac Cadena cleans it up. Trojans up 6-0.
When you have two of the most prolific home run hitting offenses in the country in a single regional, you expect to see the ball flying, and we have seen it this weekend. Texas State and Texas A&M both top 20 in home runs nationally. 17 have been hit, including 2 by USC in this ball game, plus 25 doubles. We've had 5 innings in which 5 or more runs have been scored. It's not great for pace of play, but if you like offense in college baseball, there you go.
Yeah, and this Texas State team has broke a lot of records. Broke the home run record for the program, strikeout record on the mound, and double plays.
And this is a guy who could put a charge into one. Manny Salas had a long ball yesterday. He is 0 for 1 today with a ground out to second. Wind blowing out, hot, muggy day here in College Station. It is a good day to hit. Ball on a strike now to Salas. I beg your pardon. 2 balls, no strikes to Manny Salas. Big swing there over the breaking ball.
Texas State has 7 guys in this lineup, or 7 guys on the team with double-digit home runs. They lost Dawson Park about a month ago, but they can still bash it. And this is the guy in the lineup you usually circle to not let beat you, and you can see why. Big, big swing.
Pulled off that one a little bit. You still got to barrel it up, but if you get it up in the air and you hit it well, great chance to leave the yard, especially with wind blowing out of the south as it has all weekend. Salas has that one hit him in the foot, and he'll head to first base. This was last night's long ball for Salas, going the opposite way.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he's trying to go opposite field, but that time he did. And ripped it out in left center. At that point, Bobcats were up 2-0 on Texas A&M. This is their home run totals, 115. That's top 10 in the country.
Well, you look at Georgia there at number 1, 149.
Well, they've got more than that now. What did they hit yesterday? Got like 163.
14 yesterday.
Yeah.
Or 14 through the first 2 days. So they're up to that was coming into regional
163.
play.
They're third in the country. The record's 188 by LSU back in 1997. So that's an old record that Georgia, if they keep rolling and get to Omaha, will break.
This ball to short, fielded there by Carpentier. Climbed the ladder and was able to just kind of hang in the air and haul it into his glove.
Yeah, little misread, but you're right. He held on long enough. Wasn't sharply hit, only 78 off the bat. Got in on Namkin just a little bit, but right at short. And just enough to make the play. We talked about Carpentier, how great he's been at shortstop. Only 2 errors. That's really impressive. We've got some great shortstops in the country.
Is there a guy for you that stands out among all of those outstanding shortstops?
Well, you got
top of the heap.
Yeah, you got Justin LeBron at Alabama that's made a lot of errors, but the range is off the charts and the arm strength. Stephen Milam at LSU, similar to Carpentier, only made 2 or 3 errors this year. Rock Chalowski's going to be the #1 pick in the draft this year from UCLA. I mean, there's just a big list.
Is it easier to project college players to the big leagues now than it was 10, 15 years ago? 20 years ago?
I was going to say 10 years ago you could, because they were using that soft BB core bat. And so if you could hit with that thing, you could hit anywhere. And clearly the defense speaks for itself. If you can play at this level, you can play in the big leagues defensively.
Jacquay Stewart down on strikes, 2 down.
The hardest predictor is, are they going to hit with the wood bat?
Sure.
At the highest level. And a lot of guys go, we were talking about the Cape Cod earlier today, and I played at Brewster, hit 270, not a great offensive year, but I got back to LSU, put the medal back in my hand. I feel like I was wielding the hammer of Thor. And it makes a big difference, and that's why you see kids now practicing with wood bats, because if you can find that small sweet spot on a wood bat, it makes the metal that much less difficult to use.
And I guess the reason that scouts have traditionally put so much emphasis on what they see from players in the Cape.
Correct.
Shallow into the outfield. It's the second baseman, Covarrubias, going back to haul it in, and in the inning, Texas State strands a runner.
The real fun just getting started.
Run straight for the breakaway.
The celebration is on.
Just a couple of weeks away, June 12th, when the College World Series begins at Charles Schwab Field in Omaha, Nebraska. An elimination game here in College Station at Bluebell Park. The Texas A&M Aggies awaiting the winner of this game between Texas State and USC. Trojans in front 6-0, and for the third time, well, the second time to the bullpen, Texas State new pitcher coming in. It's Alec Beversdorf. He pitched on Friday against this USC team. Worked an inning of relief, gave up 1 run.
90-91 on the fastball, but his primary pitch is the slider. Going to see sliders about 40% of the time. Does have another look at a spinner, a curveball. Fastball, slider, curve. Occasional change to left-handers.
First hitter that Beversdorf will face is Walter Urban in the 9 spot of the lineup. Second at bat for Urban, second different pitcher he has seen. Did not see the starter as Wade Cooper came in to begin the second inning. Urban popped out in foul territory his first time up. He takes a fastball strike to begin the at-bat.
And Walter Urban just basically got put in the lineup. This is only his 12th start of the year.
Yep.
Hitting over 400 with 3 home runs. 5 for 5 will do that for you.
And Andy Stankiewicz told us yesterday in our in-game interview, you asked him about the play of Urban, who had the big home run yesterday. And he first said kind of came out of nowhere, and he said, well, he didn't come out of nowhere. We've known about him, but he's just gotten better. He has earned his way into the lineup and has played really well.
Yeah, he was the 10th ranked prospect out of California. I mean, you're talking about that state. And here he goes again.
With a swing like that, it's going to be hard to keep him out of the lineup. So limited number of at-bats for Urban on the season, but he's hitting over 400.
Nice little load, compact. Keep your eyes as still as you possibly can and just rip it right back up the middle. Walter Urban is under control, feeling it. And you know, when we were talking about the ballpark and it flying out, I always felt like I got out of control when I felt like I had to juice the ball, meaning you had to put something behind it to get it out of the ballpark. But when the ballpark is light like it is here.
Oh, what a good bunt by Covarrubias. Bare hand throw to first, and even better defensive play by Mora. That'll go down as a sacrifice bunt, but that was outstanding.
It was a really good, actually, a really good bunt and even better play by Chase Mora to barehand that and get him out at first. At 6-0, I start to think it might have been trying to bunt for a base hit, or USC really, really wants to win this game. Look how fast that Covarrubias gets down the line. But you already got a 6-run lead, and, you know, again, when you're bunting a guy from first to second, you're playing for 1 out. You're trading an out for 1 run, basically, is the way you look at it, and it's what the Trojans did there.
We'll see if the combination of Lopez and the next 2 hitters can drive in Covarrubias. Adrian Lopez hit by a pitch in the first, struck out in the second. The pluses and minuses of where you play. Generally speaking, the weather in the South is better. You know, it's tough for the Northeastern teams, but you get some gritty baseball teams in the Northeast. You think about what Boston College traditionally is, what UConn traditionally is. It's hard to complain about the weather in Southern California. Nobody's going to feel sorry for Southern California teams because it's basically 75 degrees for their entire season. But the hitting conditions, not necessarily as good for some of those teams, Southern Cal and even UCLA, as they are for a team like Texas A&M in this ballpark in Texas. Ground ball right side will move the runner to third. Lopez second out of the inning.
So this is why I don't love the bunt, moving him over to second, is you're now depending on somebody to get a base hit. And I don't mind the bunt second to third, get him at third base with less than 2 outs, but when you're bunting them over to second base, you're giving the other team an out, and then you're hoping with 2 outs left that somebody gets a base hit, and Adrian Lopez not able to do the job. But to finish my point, when I was in a hitter's ballpark, or in Fenway, for example, where my opposite field was short, then I was able to stay within myself and be able to have good at-bats, you know, and not feel like I had to get out of my technique to juice the ball. And this is that ballpark here where you can relax. And you know, if you just make solid contact up in the air with some backspin, it's going to travel.
The renovations to Southern Cal's home park at Dato Field have made it more hitter-friendly than traditionally it was. But you really don't think about historically West Coast baseball teams being the offensive power number powerhouses that you see in southeastern part of the United States, Texas.
Yeah, and I had that conversation with my buddy Jeff Cirillo, who played at USC, and I had heard that Rod Dato Field was a graveyard, and it had been, but now they've shifted it a little bit with the new renovations, and it's a little more hitter-friendly. USC has 4 hitters in this lineup with double-digit home runs, and that was not necessarily the case years ago.
Runner at third, 2 down in the inning. Augie Lopez trying to find a way to get Walter Urban home. Led the inning off with a single. Mason Edwards going to join us on the other side of the break in the bottom of the 4th inning. Interested to hear him talk about his journey in his words.
Yes. Quite a story. You know, throwing 83, 84 miles an hour when he got into high school, all the way to where he is now. at 94, 95 miles an hour. Every pitcher would want to know that secret, right?
Yeah. Swing and a miss. Good off speed there. Augie Lopez out in front. He's 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. This ball lined into center field. A base hit for Lopez. 50th run batted in of the year, and it's 7-0 USC.
Well, the bunt works. They did get the base hit. Augie Lopez out of the 3 spot. Stays back on the off speed. They know they're going to get some sort of off speed from Alec Beversdorf. And Lopez just rips it back up the middle. The 7th run.
Kevin Takeuchi 2 for 2 in the game. Grand slam and a single. His grand slam came before an out was recorded in the top of the first. Leadoff single, hit by pitch, walk, and then Kevin Takeuchi puts a charge in this one.
Yeah, look at that swing path. Great angle on that swing. Kevin Takeuchi, 2 hits in this game already, but that grand slam in the first to carry over from 19 runs that the Trojans scored yesterday against Lamar. Four of his last 5 hits are for extra bases here in this regional.
This one runs inside. The Troy Trojans won earlier today, staying alive in postseason play. Sunbelt team. Takeuchi on base all 3 times, draws the walk there. And after the leadoff single, you got the sac bunt and the ground out, an out away from getting out of the inning, but an Augie Lopez run scoring single and then a walk to Takeuchi, and that means you got to face Isaac Cadena, who has 2 more hits in the game today, 7 in regional play.
7 for 8, like you pointed out, he's only been out once.
He takes a first pitch strike. Some guys starting to get loose in the Texas State bullpen. Alec Beversdorf, the 3rd pitcher that we have seen today for the Bobcats. The starter, Cade Smith, went an inning. This one on the ground, wide of the bag at first. Wade Cooper went 2 innings, and now Beversdorf on the hill. This was off of Wade Cooper. Cadena up into the bleachers beyond the right field wall.
Man, that was a quick swing, too. Stayed back, compact, crushed it to right field. Isaac Cadena seeing the ball really well, and this is what I'm talking about with a kid that, you know, when you got a ballpark you can hit, you relax, you know you can go the other way and still get it out of the ballpark, and that time I just would rather hit him.
And that's going to load the bases for Southern Cal. Cadena hit by the pitch on the heels of the walk, so it's Lopez at 3rd, Takeuchi at 2nd, Cadena at 1st. All this happening after 2 outs. That would be why you wear the shin foot protector.
And it's always, that's what I keep thinking about the picture we showed of Mike Lamb. Isn't it amazing that back then, and that's early 2000s, we still didn't wear elbow guards and shin guards. But the first time I fouled one off my shin on a slider from a right-handed hitter, this one's direct hit right off this padding. That helps because that bone on that shin hurts when that baseball hits it. And so if I was facing a right-handed hitter throwing a slider and I'm a left-handed hitter and I'm a right-hand pitcher and I hit it off my shin, that is as painful as it gets. So then you learn real quickly to put one of those shin guards on.
And how many times have you seen a hitter foul a ball off of his foot or his ankle without a pad on there, and then it happens again later in the at-bat?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know,
it's like a magnet.
20 years ago, you never really thought about doing that stuff. It's crazy because the catcher wears gear, but, you know, the elbow pads weren't a thing. You know, we didn't have the oven mitts and other things they bust out now. Yeah, now the little leaguers all wear all those things. Double oven mitts in the back pockets.
Which sometimes feels like a bit much if we're being honest.
Chains
everywhere. Sometimes.
Chains everywhere, you know, got the eye black all the way down the face. I mean, there's some, looks like Halloween out there watching a Little League game. But they're watching the guys in the college baseball and in the big leagues.
Per capita, I would say baseball players wear chains more than any other population group on the planet.
Yeah, I would say that's true. Although I don't remember same deal 20 years ago that being a thing. Now, if you see Trey Phelps from Georgia, I mean, he's got a chain as, you know, big as his head hanging.
You watch Trey Phelps play, say wear whatever you want to. You just keep doing
that's
you.
Right. That's a great point. Kevin Millar always used to say, I'm so much funnier when I'm hitting 300 than when I'm hitting 200.
Isn't that the truth? 3-0 to Jack Basier. Bases loaded, 2 out, top of the 4th. And it's a 4-pitch walk to Jack Basier. Augie Lopez will come home to score. Basier picks up an RBI, his 39th of the year, and it is now 8-0 USC.
8 Trojan hitters went to the plate in the first inning, and now 7 have been to the plate in the 4th. And just too many walks in this game for Texas State.
Another trip to the mound. That looks like it's going to do it for Alec Beversdorf. Steven Trout trying to find some answers. The answer is he's got to find some offense in this ball game. Think about the new pitcher when we come back. A&M and Lamar was on Friday afternoon. Feels like a long time ago. Aggies trailed 5-0, scored 7 unanswered. They advanced to the 1-0 game. Texas State beat USC with a big, dramatic 9th-inning home run on Friday night. That was the 1-0 game last night. USC beat Lamar in the elimination game. We've got another elimination game here between the Trojans and the Bobcats, and so far, it is all Trojans. 8 runs, 8 hits, 8-zip our score. 4th pitcher of the game for Texas State coming in. The right-hander, Dylan Curbo.
Yeah, numbers are good for Dylan Curbo, making his 20th appearance, sub-3 ERA. Only the 7 walks in 22 innings, and at this point, That's what the Bobcats need, is somebody that can throw strikes.
Regional final game in Chapel Hill, North Carolina in front 2-0 over ECU. Bases loaded here in College Station. Takeuchi at third, Cadena at second, Basir at first, and Andrew Lamb, who is 1 for 2 today, looking for a base hit. He takes a first pitch strike from Curbo. Big swing and a miss for strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. Infield defense playing straight up against Lamb, but in the outfield, pretty dramatic shift for Fryman, the center fielder, over toward that right center field gap. There is a huge alley in left center if Lamb could go the opposite way.
Certainly looks like he's trying.
He tried to there, didn't he?
Yeah. And that's the one thing I would say that's good about the shift, is that it makes the hitter start thinking differently than he would otherwise. And you start seeing holes in the infield or the outfield, then you start trying to guide the baseball. And you know, as a hitter, that's, you can't try to get hits and you can't try to guide it.
The 0-2. Ball and 2 strikes. Little dirt on the bare hands for Andrew Lamb. 11 home runs, 37 driven in for Lamb this year. Lays off. Slider away, and the count evens at 2-2. Florida and Troy playing a second inning of their game in Gainesville. That one's 2-2. Florida trying to go 3-0 and win the Gainesville Regional. Late swing there, and that is a strikeout of Andrew Lamb, and the Trojans leave them loaded, but they add 2 to the board. It's now 8-0. When we come back, we will talk with Mason Edwards, yesterday's starting pitcher for Southern Cal. All right. Mason Edwards, arguably the best pitcher in college baseball this season. 164 strikeouts, one off the all-time Big Ten record. Most since Ian Kennedy at Southern Cal, and at least today he's wearing a lot of hats. I did ask you before we started, Mason, is this going to be one of those where they just kind of let you be, or are they going to pile a bunch of stuff on your head? And I think we see the answer to that, Mason.
Yeah, very quickly here.
Yeah. Hey, first of all, congratulations. What an incredible season it's been for you, but also for this team to be sitting on 44 wins and still playing on potentially the final day of regionals.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously special, especially after those 2 years of playing at Great Park. You know, definitely some adversity there. So it's awesome to be able to, have your field. We had a really good home record, and it was definitely a roller coaster throughout the season, but we were able to come out there with a lot of success and a lot of positives.
Mason, I was reading your story that was written about you, and you made a comment that in trying to throw a bunch of no-hitters, you threw a bunch of yes-hitters.
Yeah.
I was laughing. So for those that don't know and those that want to throw 95 miles an hour from 83, kind of tell us your story about the progression that you've taken.
Yeah, so I think a lot of it came from like junior year, senior year of high school. I was just a little underdeveloped. I hit puberty pretty late, so I had a lot of growth there. But just got with a pitching coach, actually Josh Goosen-Brown, who works here now. Just got with him and kind of just worked on the mechanical side of things a little bit. And when you move efficiently, everything kind of pieces itself together. So I think those are kind of some of the biggest things that helped me, kind of in that age of things.
In terms of what we're seeing in this game, give us a little bit of a scouting report on your young teammate, Diego Velasquez. What have you seen from him so far?
Yeah, he's also a local kid. He grew up not too far from me, so I've been knowing about him since high school. But, as you can see, he's been lighting up the radar gun this entire game. He's in, whatever it is, 96, 98, to be that would be pretty cool. But, no, he's got great stuff, being in a regional game. It's not easy as a freshman to come out here and, do the job that he's doing, but he's doing it pretty well here, and I think you could see that with the confidence he takes when he toes the rubber. I think it's pretty clear, so something special with him for sure.
Bennett Fryman at the plate. Mason Edwards, the Big Ten pitcher of the year, and yes, his balancing skills pretty good as well.
Yeah, hopefully these aren't falling off here.
Hey, tell us a little bit about your outing yesterday. Having looked at the numbers and knowing your story, that went wide of the bag at first, and watching you pitch some this year, it didn't feel like yesterday was the same version of you that maybe we've seen some this season.
Yeah, I think, it's one of those games that you have one of those losses on your belt and you have to keep winning to, advance. But, we took a pretty big lead there early. I think it was like 12-0, 13, 12-0, and like, maybe like third or fourth, and when it's kind of like that.
That makes it hard, right?
Yeah, and so it was like, I was sitting down for, like 45 minutes to an hour between innings, and with this heat, it's not easy. It was definitely not, on my bucket list to come out here and have this one inning outing, and you go out there and you come back in and you're drained. I was just dead coming back in, but we fought and kind of fell loose there at the end, but our team had so much of a lead, it didn't really have too much of an effect on everything.
Mason, you talk a lot about your routine. What would be a typical routine for you that has helped you to where you're at today?
I think it just kind of goes back to those like fall inter-squad outings. I think it has been the biggest thing for me is I try to just take everything as calmly as I can. I try to not, fire myself too much because for me, when I just fire myself up a lot and make everything more important than it has to be, that's kind of when things kind of fall away from me. So, I just take everything calmly. I'll keep my routine very plain and simple, and just kind of like every normal day for me, I would just listen to music, hang out with my guys, got to have my energy drinks, of course, have a Snickers bar before I go out, and then, keep the routine short and simple and go out there.
Mason, we'll just keep you for a couple more minutes. I'm curious, so we kind of talk about the evolution of you as a pitcher from, in terms of velocity and confidence on the mound, but also the role that you have played at USC, a mix of starter and reliever your freshman year. Same thing a year ago, obviously different, being at the front end of the rotation, knowing you're going to get the ball every 7 days. How has that been different this year?
Yeah, especially after last year, you see a guy like Kei Naoki, who was our Friday guy last year. He's definitely someone you want to be able to watch when you're growing up and kind of beginning your college career. He was a huge help for me, and really understanding the shoes and the roles I needed to fill after the Corvallis regional. He had a hell of an outing, and those are just kind of the things you like to see when you know that you're going to have to fill those shoes, the following year. So I was really able to understand, what it meant to, be a starter and really have the longevity of going throughout an entire season. Because I feel like most of the time I've been around, the starting rotation has kind of flip-flopped around, and when you're able to have a starting rotation that's able to stay there, the entire year and be able to consistently go out each week, I think it gives a lot of the guys confidence, and everyone's pretty calm going out there, not really wondering who's going to roll out, and ouch. And
this ball out into left center, that's going to one-hop the wall. Chase Mora continues to swing a hot bat. That is a one-out double for him. I'll let you finish that answer up just kind of as you talk about routine.
But yeah, I know. Kei Naoki was definitely one of those guys who was able to help me kind of understand what it was like to fill that role. And yeah, just take it as simply as possible. You know, we practice this in fall inter squads. We practice this going into season. So just working that routine down, you know, understanding you have to go out every 7 days and do your job. And yeah, that's kind of it right there.
So you talked about last summer, I think it was last summer, where you didn't go play summer ball, but you stayed back. Was it more weight room training, or was it more on the mound and mechanical? What did you do last summer?
Yeah, so I think coming out of Corvallis, when I came back to campus, just kind of sitting down with the coaches, they really what's going on here? Anyway, yeah, so when we came back from Corvallis, I kind of would just sit down with the coaches and we kind of just talked about what was really important. You know, obviously junior year is a really big year for you know, college baseball players and, you know, entering the draft and everything. So they just, you know, they kind of let me know that innings weren't really the thing that I needed the most, you know, going to the Cape and going to these different leagues. It's important for players to go out and get innings, you know, really learn the game. But, you know, for me and kind of my story, I think I just really needed to hang back, go to the weight room and really kind of start to extend my off season a little bit. Was kind of the whole idea with this is, you know, when you stay home from summer and you're just kind of home and really able to work on things, you know, it's really an extended fall and it's an extended off season. And yeah, I would say that was the most important thing because, you know, when you're going out in summer ball and racking up all these innings, it's hard to be able to, like, you know, have these days where you're able to really dedicate it towards, you know, working on your body and working on moving efficiently and staying healthy. So just kind of those two sides, knowing kind of what is really important when you're thinking about developing. I think, you know, staying home was kind of one of the better plans for me.
No, the next couple of weeks are going to be filled with anticipation. We wish you all the best, Mason, and appreciate you spending some time with us. And hope your neck's not sore after the balancing act there. Thanks so much.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys.
What a year it's been. The Big Ten Pitcher of the Year, Mason Edwards. Coy DeFury at the plate, fouls this one away. I mean, interview ends and the hats go crashing.
Right when he said goodbye. Oh, he had to move. That's what happened. Yeah, he lost him. Look at the face. It's great. He's impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, it really is. And it's been a journey. It's not the guy that was the five-star everything and everybody knew his name when he stepped on campus, and, you know, it was just a countdown until he got to the big leagues. It's been a progression for him, and it's got to be rewarding to see all the hard work paying off. This one lifted in the air to right, and that ball is gone for Coy DeFury. Two-run shot, says, "Coach, put me in." First hit of the year came yesterday. It was a double. He walked earlier today. Now he's got a two-run blast, and Texas State is on the board.
It constantly amazes me. And I think it amazes coaches when you have 8 weeks in the fall, then 1 month before the season starts. Then you go through the season, and you have a kid like Coy DeFury that can do what he's done. I mean, he ripped that double last night. And then patient enough to take the walk in the second inning, and then watch this. Down and in, and just crushed to right field. What a swing by Coy DeFury. Texas State Bobcats get a few more on the board. Still a long way to go.
That's going to do it for Diego Velasquez. With the pitching change, we'll take a timeout. 8-2 here in College Station. Diego Velasquez done after 3 1/3. The 2-run home run from Coy DeFury chased him from the ball game. He will depart this one with an 8-2 lead. Not going to factor into the decision today one way or the other. Texas State maybe a little life in that third base dugout now as Gavin Lauridsen, the right-handed freshman, comes in. Great size, 6'5", 205. He's 3-1 on the year, making his 25th appearance.
They've got a lot of good freshmen on this USC roster.
They do.
Diego Velasquez just left. Gavin Lauridsen, big arm, 96 miles an hour on the fastball. 23 walks in 44 innings is a little high, but 2 looks at spinners, slider, and a more traditional 12-6, more change-ups to left-handed hitters, and the four-seamer.
That home run by DeFury set the Sun Belt Conference all-time single-season home run record. 116 this year for the Texas State Bobcats. They broke their program record when they hit number 88, 87, the old record. They are setting the standard pretty high for future teams to try and catch. There's a strike to Brady Bowles, 1-1 from Lauridsen. That one gets the corner. It's 1-2. Two balls and 2 strikes, 1 down in the inning. Elimination games happening in a bunch of locations across the country, and we've got a couple of regional final games that are underway as well. Here's a ground ball right back through the middle. Bowles in the 9-hole with a base hit. That is 3 straight hits for Texas State.
Hard to keep a good offense down. Texas State, we know they can bash it around. And 3 guys in a row in the bottom of this order, Mora, DeFury, and now Bowles, have all reached base. That spins the lineup back to the top with Jackson Cotton. Nice base hit, just right back up the middle, being patient, taking what the pitcher gives you.
Jackson Cotton at the plate, top of the order. He's 0 for 2 with a couple of ground outs. And some of the scores, and it's similar to what we saw yesterday here in College Station. You had the 19-6 win for USC over Lamar. You had A&M 17-2 last night over Texas State. How about this one? St. John's 21, Northern Illinois 8.
A lot of offense in college baseball now around the country.
Arizona State leading Nebraska 11-6, an elimination game in Lincoln. The winner of that game will meet Ole Miss coming up tonight. Oklahoma State dropped their opener in Tuscaloosa. Had to come from behind yesterday against Alabama State, but they've got the bats going today, leading 12-0 over USC Upstate. The winner will meet Alabama tonight. Troy jumped out, and that's a regional final game in Gainesville. Troy jumped out to a 2-0 lead. Florida tied it up at 2. It's now 3-2 in Gainesville. Good one going in Starkville. Louisiana and Cincinnati playing each other for the right to meet Mississippi State tonight. Ragin' Cajuns lead the Bearcats 8-6 through 8. So Cincinnati down to their final 3 outs. How about this Texas State offense, though? Still just 1 down in the inning. Cotton draws the walk, and Manny Salas comes to the plate. There is plenty of pop in this bat. 16 home runs on the year, and 1 swing here could make this ball game feel a whole lot different.
We talked about Manny Salas earlier in the game. This is the one guy you circle. Don't let him beat you, and now he's in a position where you can't put him anywhere. He may dance around early, but eventually, if Salas is patient, he's got to come right after him.
Southern Cal going to have a conversation here before Salas comes to the plate. The NCAA Regionals coverage from all 16 sites continues tomorrow, or at least at some of those sites on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home of all NCAA championships.
You know, you're looking around the country. How about Cal Poly out in Los Angeles? They've scored 20 runs in their 2 games.
Ooh. With
the win over Virginia Tech and then St. Mary. They've only given up 3, and we saw UCLA, that dramatic comeback, and might be a rematch. Well, no, Cal Poly hasn't played UCLA yet.
No, they haven't. Yeah,
But
Cal Poly's in the driver's seat.
that's impressive.
UCLA and St. Mary's playing an elimination game right now.
You know who
And,
the most famous baseball player out of Cal Poly is? And I know you do because I told you already.
You blew my mind with this earlier today.
How about that? Ozzie Smith was a walk-on at Cal Poly and walked out as an All-American.
Ozzie Smith was my first favorite player growing up. He's the first one where I was like, that was my favorite.
How could you not? I mean, doing the flips up to shortstop. The Wizard.
I was about 5 years old the first time I saw Ozzie Smith play in person.
Okay, how about non-baseball famous people from Cal Poly?
Some tech billionaire. I'm guessing.
Close. Weird Al Yankovic. Yankovic?
Oh,
Weird Al.
Weird Al.
And John
He has
Madden.
put out some bangers.
Yeah, John Madden. Went to
Boom.
Cal Poly. Boom. Did a lot of research on Cal Poly this morning.
I see that. Manny Salas, 1-1 with runners at first and second. Hits it on the ground right side, base hit. Bowles hits the bag at third. Here comes a throw to the plate. It's cut off on the infield, an RBI single from Salas. 3 on the board for the Bobcats here in the bottom of the 4th inning, and still just 1 out.
You knew Manny Salas would get involved. And he's a pull hitter, gets one he can handle, pulls it in the gap between first and second base. Another run across for the Bobcats, and here they come.
Big hole in that right side, hit it well. Aggressive base running from Brady Bowles to get to the plate. Jackson Cotton goes first to third. And now it's Clayton Namkin's turn. He is 1 for 2, a single in the first, a line out in the third. Runners at the corners, 1 down. USC looking for a ground ball.
Clayton Namkin's been swinging about well, too. Had a 7-game hit streak snapped on opening night here in the regional. But he can swing it.
Namkin was 0 for 7 in the first 2 games. Picked up his first hit earlier in this ball game. How about that? Just 1 hit in the first 3 innings for Texas State. They've come to life here. That one a little bit up. Freshman Namkin's driven in 34 this year. Double-digit home runs, plenty of pop. Takes the breaking ball for a strike.
That's a nice land by Gavin. Right about the time you're struggling a little bit and the hitter thinks you're going to be throwing a lot of fastballs, he drops a curveball on you for a strike. And now as a hitter, you got to go back to the drawing board and start thinking along with the pitcher, and you really don't know what you're going to get.
That one missed. It's 2-1, a half inning that is over 20 minutes long. We're closing in on 15 minutes since Coy DeFury hit that 2-run home run. And we've only had 3 hitters since. Did have a pitching change. After the home run, Bowles with a single, Cotton with a walk, Salas with the RBI single. And it's now 3-1 to Clayton Namkin.
Now let's see if he can land that curveball in a predictable fastball count for Clayton Namkin.
The 3-1, but first a toss.
Yeah, if you're Steven Trout.
So which are you looking at as a hitter right now? Are you looking for off speed for a breaking ball?
That's why that was so important on the 1-0 for him to land the curveball, because now at 3-1, when it would usually be a fastball, you have to at least think he might drop that curveball on you, and so it keeps you back and off the fastball like that. So he's late on the fastball because he's thinking he's going to get that curveball again.
Full count now.
I would also think that Steven Trout might put the runner in motion just to stay out of the double play. But you got to hope that your hitter, Clayton Namkin, doesn't strike out and swing through it.
Salas is probably not at the top of the list of guys you would put in motion. He fakes to second, and you got to throw to third.
And he was going. And so if he did the deal where he looks at third and goes to first, is that even allowed in college anymore? I don't think you can do that. So they are going to try to send the runner in motion just to stay out of the double play.
Pitch misses, ball 4, doesn't matter. Salas stayed put. You've got Cotton at third, Manny Salas at second, Namkin now at first, and remember, still just 1 out in the inning for Jacque Stewart.
Comebacks usually involve walks or errors, and there's 2 walks in this inning. I don't ever believe you can hit your way out of an 8-run deficit. It's still fairly early in this game. We're about midway through, but start walking guys, and that gives the team life and gives them the chance to come back, because the Bobcats are gonna earn their runs, but give them a few, and it could be trouble.
Andy Stankwitz out to the mound. He makes the call to the bullpen. This all got going with the Coy DeFury home run, the first of the season for him. That made it 8-2. Bobcats have added a run, and they're threatening. (8-3) Southern Cal in front of Texas State, but the Bobcats with 3 runs across in this bottom of the 4th inning. They've got the bases loaded, and Sax Matson pitching for the 2nd time this weekend, making his 34th appearance of the year. He threw against Texas State on Friday, worked an inning, couple of hits, did not allow a run.
So low fastball, low 90s fastball from Sax Matson, and the slider. There's a reason he's in the game right now against the left-handed Jacque Stewart. He carves up left-handed hitters, only 118 against.
Jackson Cotton walks back over to third base. He reached via a walk. You got Manny Salas out at second base. He had the single through the right side that drove in Brady Bowles, and Clayton Namkin drew the walk. He's at first base. Jacquay Stewart earlier this game flirted with a 2-run home run. It was called foul. He has 4 grand slams this season. That is tied for the most in Division I baseball. If he could get a 5th, it would be the biggest swing of the year. He takes off speed for strike 1.
He does have 3 homers against left-handed pitching. It's .288. This is Jacquay's home run down the right field line. It was called and challenged and reviewed foul.
1 ball, 1 strike to Jacquay Stewart, playing in left field today. He's 0 for 1 with a walk. North Carolina leading 7-1 over East Carolina. That's a regional final elimination game in Lincoln. Arizona State up 11-7. Nebraska trying to come back in the top of the 9th. Big swing and a miss.
Yeah, he was going after that one. And that's what we talk about when we say you can't try to get hits or try to hit home runs, because then you lose your technique. And that is not the swing we saw from Jacquay Stewart last night, hitting the home run the opposite way. Right side leaves way too early.
Takes ball 2 there. You know, if he had connected with that big swing, though.
Well, at that point, the pitcher has to hit the bat. It's not the batter going to hit the ball.
That's right.
When you have a swing like that, you've got to keep your eyes down. Keep them as still as you can.
The 2-2. Now 3-2, and there's nowhere to put him.
And now what do you do? Drop the slider on him at 3-2. Give him a chance to hit a grand slam with a fastball.
Southern Cal had a grand slam in the top of the 1st. Might we see another? Strike 3 called. Stewart goes away looking, and he turns and he yells at the home plate umpire, Tim Winningham. Stephen Trout now getting his money's worth, and frankly, Tim Winningham showing a great deal of restraint right now.
Well, part of the 2-strike approach is expanding the zone. That was probably not arguable. Looked a little low, but as a hitter, you know with 2 strikes, you've got to go. Don't leave it up to that umpire. And Jacquay Stewart, I think, was a little too anxious to get out of there. And he gets rung up.
To Jacquay Stewart's credit, you could read his lips there. He never used any profanity. He said no, 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 no. Said it 4 or 5 times, took his helmet off.
It definitely caught the plate, so it was just a matter of whether or not it was low below the knees, and Tim Winningham didn't think so.
And then Stephen Trout able to get some words in as well. By rule, you're not allowed to argue balls and strikes, and if you do, I mean, Tim Winningham, had he wanted to eject one or the other, could have done so. You might say, well, it's kind of a soft ejection, but by rule, he could have.
Well, Landon Hairston from Arizona State had something similar happen today. He threw the bat up in the air instead of to the dugout, and Landon Hairston got ejected.
Let's go look one more time.
Oh, that's close.
I mean, like right at the bottom of the kneecaps.
Yeah, look at the reaction by Sax Matson.
2 down in the inning, still bases loaded. It's now up to Justin Voss. Two and one now to Voss. Twice today, he has popped out to the second baseman. Vossos, a couple of hits in the regional. It's now 3 and 1.
Hitting's always difficult, but this is the least difficult pitch you're going to see. 3 and 1, nowhere to put him. He has to throw a fastball in there. And if you can get the timing right, you can barrel it up.
Three balls and a strike with the bases loaded. 5-run lead for Southern Cal. That missed inside. Ball 4. That brings home a run. Justin Vasos picks up his 19th RBI of the year. Cotton steps on the plate.
Justin Vasos sold that one. He started walking to first place like you saw Jacquay Stewart do the time before, and I think Jacquay Stewart at bat gave him that call right there. It did look a little inside. And Tim Winningham, I think, made the right call there. Walks in a run, and now we've got a game.
Stewart still did not look happy. Bennett Fryman led this inning off. He struck out swinging. Takes a strike there. You don't want to be the first and last out in the same inning. 10th man in the inning to come to the plate. That one missed just in. About a half an hour, half inning here for Texas State. They've cut the deficit in half. Fryman tied up there. Found it back and is behind in the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bennett Fryman hitting just .225 on the year. 0 for 2 today with a pair of strikeouts.
.231 against left-handed pitching. No home runs.
Oh, strike 3 called. And Fryman stands there for a while. That one looked up.
That's high. But Trojans off field.
In the bottom of the 4th inning, Texas State cuts the USC lead in half. It's now 8-4, and we are joined by Stephen Trout, the head coach of Texas State. I feel like we're catching you at a time that's both good and bad. You get the offense going a little bit, but maybe an opportunity for that to be a huge inning.
Yeah, it seems like we're competing with everybody here today. So we're going to keep competing like crazy, keep putting scores on this scoreboard, and we're going to fight like crazy and overcome any adversity we're going to deal with today.
I love that, Stephen. So does you have to say anything to the boys, or you just let them play?
Nah, just remind them we're going to play to the standard, not the scoreboard. That means just playing pitch by pitch and keep winning pitches. You keep loaded up, take a good swing. It's like we're playing at Bobcat Ballpark on a Sunday afternoon. So I like our chances.
And then the last thing, in terms of pitching, go get me a couple of outs and then we'll hand it off to the next guy?
Yeah, we just got to figure it out, right? That traffic all day long, got to work out front. Hopefully Zay can settle a little bit. Got a couple guys left to go. So we'll just compete one guy at a time and see if we can put some zeros up.
Stephen, thanks so much for your time.
Appreciate you guys.
Stephen Trout. Great restraint.
Pretty
right
good
there.
that he did that, because I know he's fired up right now.
Eliza Gutierrez into the ball game, 21st appearance of the season. Lefty coming on the hill for the Bobcats.
21st appearance for Gutierrez. A little high ERA, really high walk total, but again, right now, Bobcats are back in this game. A long way to go. And Gutierrez has to keep them there.
Jacquay Stewart out in left field. He thought that kind of got squeezed on a called strike 3 on a ball that was low. I think I would argue that the called strike 3 at the end of the inning on Fryman was more out of the zone than what you got with the call on Stewart.
Well, we had great camera work on the last one, clearly above the belt. But, you know, it's a heated moment. And like I said before, I mean, you know, I got fired up at the plate too and I got called but on strike 3. But, you know, when you get to 2 strikes, I had to learn to get after it, you know, and you got to decipher balls and strikes. That was pretty high. But, you know, it's a deal where with 2 strikes,
let me ask you
I
this,
was in
though.
swing mode.
If Fryman swings through that pitch, do you say, oh, you can't go after one out of the zone there?
That one's you know, stands by itself. That was pretty high. But I'm talking about the one to Jacque.
Sure.
That was really close and could go either way.
Because, I mean, seeing that replay, and if he swings through and misses that height, well, this is going back to the Stewart swing. This one, I mean, it was right at the bottom of the kneecaps.
Yeah, that one's debatable.
That's very much borderline, and I don't know that you necessarily get too mad at the umpire for making that call, especially when that's a call that he's made throughout the course of the game. But you're kind of thinking through the one that was called on Fryman there at the end of the – if he swings at that, I'm not so sure in real time. I don't say chases one out of the zone for strike 3.
Yeah, again, that one was high. That's different. I'm calling that
all right, we're on the same page.
An aberration, you know, that's different than Jacque. Jacque, I think you got to go. You know, you got to be swinging. And anyway, it was a heated moment for them and a big moment because they score a few more runs there. I mean, they are in it now, but 1 or 2 more runs wouldn't have hurt in that inning when they had a real chance. And this Bobcat offense will get after it again. We know that. So, again, for Gutierrez, his job is to hold the Trojans down so they can do that and have that opportunity.
They cut the deficit in half, trailed 8-0. It's now 8-4. And after a leadoff ground out, you've got Walter Urban at the plate, a pop-up and a single. Scored a run in the 4th inning. USC got 4 in the top of the 1st thanks to the grand slam from Kevin Takeuchi. Held scoreless in the 2nd, but then put up a pair of runs in both the 3rd on a 2-run home run from Isaac Cadena and the 4th. And that's where we stand. USC at the plate, 1 out in the top of the 5th inning.
There you go. And for me, for Gutierrez, who has a control problem, throwing strikes. Like if you get beat up, that's one thing, but don't walk after you've scored runs to catch back up in this game. Don't walk, guys, and give Trojans new life.
Two. Swing and a miss as Urban chases one there and goes down swinging. 2nd out of the inning.
That's a nice pitch. Low and away and telling away from the barrel. And Urban, who's been swinging the bat so well, just missed that by a lot.
West Virginia leading 6-3 over Kentucky in the 3rd inning, trying to force an if necessary Game 7 tomorrow in Morgantown. Yeah, it's personal preference, but that is an elite uniform matchup in that game. You got Kentucky in their blue hats, blue tops, and white pants. And you got West Virginia in the navy hats with the gold jerseys and the gray pants. That is outstanding. And that's your Fashion Minute.
By Richard Cross.
Liberty with a 1-0 lead over Georgia in the 5th and trying to extend it. On the ground to second, fielded by Bowles, over to DeFury. 1, 2, 3, go the Trojans. Gorgeous Sunday afternoon at College Station. It is a championship Sunday, or at least a little bit later tonight it will be in College Station. Texas A&M going to meet the winner of this game between Southern Cal and Texas State. On the other side, North Carolina and East Carolina. And it is the Tar Heels in front at last check in that ball game. Texas State trying to fight their way back into a rematch tonight with A&M. Swinging bunt, covering at first is Matson. And Chase Mora is retired to start the fifth.
That's a big out for USC. Chase Mora feels like the spark plug of this offense right now. And he gets to lead off the fifth after the Bobcats pinned 4 on the Trojans last inning. But they get that out.
Prior to yesterday, Coy DeFury did not have a hit. He got a double in the ninth last night. He walked in the second, and he hit a 2-run home run to get the scoring started for Texas State in the fifth.
He didn't have a hit all year, not just in this tournament.
Right.
0 for 13, and then, like you said, 3 straight. Great at bats.
North Carolina, by the way, leading 8-1 over East Carolina in the regional final in Chapel Hill. If the Tar Heels win that game, regardless of the winner here in College Station, the Super Regional will be at the home of UNC, Boshamer Park. The Bosch. Beautiful ballpark.
Yeah, it's nice up there.
Check swing, roller left side. Takeuchi, easy play, and there are 2 down.
Did a super there one year. I think Stetson was playing North Carolina, and our stat guy had rode home with us, or we were taking him to his house before we go to the hotel, and he points out, he goes, that's John Grisham's house right there.
Oh.
I said, well, I ran into John Grisham in Oxford years ago. Let's go knock on the door. So we go and knock on the door, and, of course, no answer, but he goes, I got his number. So we call him up, and he's up there in Virginia also.
Right.
Also, so we call him up in Virginia. We have a good, nice little 30-minute conversation about the firm and all the other books he's written. and
loves baseball.
So that's what I remember. Loves baseball, and that was a great deal.
So John Grisham with a house in Charlottesville and in Chapel Hill.
Well, now I don't know. That was years ago in Chapel Hill, and I have his address if everybody wants it.
Probably wouldn't do that to him.
No, kidding.
You might get a call from his lawyers.
Yeah, that's right. Great moment. Great moment.
And then he might write a book about it.
You'd be famous. Make history.
No balls and 2 strikes to Brady Bowles. Strike 3 called. It's a 1-2-3 bottom of the fifth as well. Wow. In the fifth inning, we had 6 up, 6 down, top and bottom going in order. Haven't seen a lot of that. 12th man statue just hanging out, watching things on this Sunday afternoon.
Is that what he's doing? Just hanging out?
He's going to be watching a lot of A&M fans line up outside this ballpark here before long, because I can assure you this place is going to be popping tonight.
I think that's all he ever does, just hang out. Yeah, it's going to be electric tonight.
How would you describe what he's doing?
No, that's a pretty good description.
You and John Grisham are tight. How would he describe it? Adrian Lopez leading things off for Southern Cal. Two, 3, and 4 in the order. Adrian Lopez, Augie Lopez, Kevin Takeuchi. 2-0.
Gutierrez having to navigate through the middle of this USC order. You know how hot Adrian Lopez has been. 5 for 10 in this regional coming into this game. 0 for 2 today.
He did a good job in the 5th inning. Got
really
ground
did.
out, strikeout, ground out.
Yeah. And that pitch he threw to Urban was nasty. Just a changeup that left the zone.
Well, you hear all the time coaches and players alike talking about the importance of a shutdown inning after you score. So a little bit of a rally from Texas State. You got to find a way to go out and put up a 0, and he was able to do that. Now he's got to try and make it 2 in a row, but he misses with 4 straight there.
Yeah, and that's going to be the issue. Now, 30 walks on the year for Gutierrez, and what now is only 36 innings. And as a coach, you wouldn't mind the Trojans hitting their way out of this thing, but you start handing them free passes, and that's something that I know that Stephen Trout would have a hard time living with, especially in this elimination game for your season on the line.
Troy now leading 6-2 over Florida. First pitch strike to Augie Lopez. You know, those first two starters for Florida, so good. Florida trying to climb back into it. There's a home run for Florida. What about depth on Florida staff?
Yeah,
after the first two?
they're healthy. That's the main thing. They had lost Jackson Barberry for a lot of this year. McNeely, has been in and out. But you're right, the two frontline guys, Aiden King and Liam Peterson, are nasty and can beat anybody in the country. I think they've blown through those two, and so now they've just got to survive. But they can bash it. Blake Sears, a real dude in left field. Brendan Lawson has had a big regional, I think, for him.
It was Brendan Lawson that had the home run to win game 1, and he hit one just a moment ago as well.
Yeah. Again, we talked about the shortstops in the country. Brendan Lawson, another good one. Colby Branch at Georgia, hidden down there in the 8-hole of that powerful offense, but he's hit over 50 college home runs and can really pick it as well. I think he's made 10 errors in 2 years at shortstop. Over 400 chances. Pretty impressive.
I don't know that he was planning to go, but it looked like Adrian Lopez kind of leaning, and he kind of froze going back into the bag there. It was Brendan Lawson with the walk-off home run in the bottom of the 9th in game 1 for Florida. Check swing, ground ball to short. Only play is going to be to first on the run. A good throw there by Vasos for the first out of the inning as Adrian Lopez goes to second.
Yeah, it was good recovery by Vasos, who was kind of shading toward the bag. Otherwise, it's a potential double play. And the only play he had was at first base. Nice move on the run.
Arkansas with a 1-0 lead in Lawrence. It has looked like a party in the stands there. Lawrence, Kansas hosting a regional for the first time ever. And students are dancing around like they're inside Allen Fieldhouse.
Yeah, and then sitting in a final at 2-0. I mean, a lot of talk was, when you host a regional for your first time, it's just too difficult because of all the energy and excitement and all the things you got to get done. And you probably try too hard, whatever the case may be. Nebraska having a hard time, but not Kansas.
What if they roll out Rock Chalk Jayhawk like for a pitching change?
Then it becomes a circus.
Kevin Takeuchi, grand slam, a single, and a walk. He's been on base all 3 times. He's had a big regional. And he hits this one in the air to right field. Cotton going back, still going to the wall. He makes the catch in the warning track. On the run, he'll send it back in. Good play by Jackson Cotton out in right field.
Great play by the freshman. Again, for Texas State, they're without Rashawn Galloway in right field. And we talked about how much the ball flies. It just drifts and drifts and keeps going. And as an outfielder, you got to really keep your eye on it. He's navigating the wall and just made a really tough play look easy.
Popped foul, third base side. That one is going to get out of play.
This is the guy you got to be careful with. Isaac Cadena has been red hot in this regional. And with first base open and 2 outs, even though it's a lefty-lefty matchup, I'm not so sure you want to give in to him with the runner in scoring position.
Opponents have only gotten Isaac Cadena out 1 time. This is the 3rd game that he's played in the regional. Cues this one foul. Today it's a single, a 2-run home run, and a hit by pitch.
Well, that was a nice pitch by Gutierrez, that slider on the outside corner low. If he can do that, he would have a chance to get him. Any other pitch, Isaac Cadena has been all over.
This one goes to the backstop, and that will allow Lopez to move up 90 feet. Wild pitch there from Gutierrez, still a pitch away from getting out of the inning.
Well, now it becomes interesting because if you're Gutierrez, you got to trust that your catcher Namkin can block that ball with a guy at third. And if you don't trust him, then you're not going to try to throw that swing and miss pitch, and you're going to hang it. So for Gutierrez, he's got to be careful here.
Ball and 2 strikes to Isaac Cadena. That one just missed. 2-2.
And I think a lot of that is why you saw the fastball there. And you might see a couple shakes and another fastball at a 2-2 count. Give the hitter a thought that he might throw the slider and come back high with the fastball.
This one bounces in, and that's blocked by Namka and stuck in the chest protector.
Namkin, wow. That was a pretty good block because that ball jumped up into his neck. And what a great block. Gets in position, and that ball hops up on him. That could have been another run.
That becomes an immediate dead ball when a ball is lodged in the catcher's chest protector. But all runners by rule advance 1 base.
That would be a tough run to give up. Yeah, and they're going to explain that to Stephen Trout.
In college baseball, with NCAA rules, when a pitch gets stuck in the catcher's or umpire's chest protector, it is an immediate dead ball. All base runners are awarded 1 base advancement from their position at the time of the pitch. Stephen Trout having it explained to him. And that ball, where it bounced in the dirt, Namkin really didn't have any choice but to go high to block that. If he goes straight to his knees, that ball could shoot over him. And so he played that perfectly. And the ball bounced up, and it looked like it went
into his
face mask into the chest protector.
I can understand that rule if it's caught in the umpire, because by then it's got past the catcher. But if the catcher keeps it in front of him, why would the Trojans get the benefit of that?
Now, in terms of judgment, umpires must judge whether the ball is truly lodged or stuck out of play. If the ball is simply stuck to the front and easily accessible for the catcher or fielder to grab, then umpires may rule it a live ball.
After crew consultation, the call is changed to a lodged ball. By rule, that is a one-base award.
Here's the problem with that ruling. Umpires may rule that a live ball if it is easily accessible, and I think you certainly could argue that that was an easily accessible ball because Namkin was able to just grab at it at the top of his chest protector and pull it out. It wasn't like it was behind it, but a dead ball by rule, if it is considered a lodged ball, and that's what they ruled, the runner is given a base.
And that's a great point, because if it is lodged to the point where you have to call timeout to get it, I understand that rule, but yeah, Namkin just pulled it right back out.
This one fouled off. It rolls to the backstop. Now Namkin got to make the long throw to first, and it's not in time. So even when Cadena goes down on strikes, he's still at first base, and it's not a recorded out.
Yeah, well, it wasn't a foul ball, just a swing and miss, and then he takes off for first base, and the bad luck just continues for Texas State. Went off of Namkin's glove.
That's just a horrible break for Texas State.
2 in a row.
And you had just talked about the trust to be able to throw that breaking ball again, and your catcher's going to block it. He did just that. But then a quirky rule. Cadena goes back in safely. That's one that you rarely see. College baseball, big leagues, but by rule, with a lodged ball, you award a base to all of the base runners. Throw out to second, and there's an out at second base. Cadena trying to get the steal, and he is caught stealing. 9-4 our score as we go to the bottom of the sixth. It's been a tough day for Texas State with some close calls. It was Jacquay Stewart early with the home run that was called foul. They reviewed it and stuck with the call on the field. Stewart called out on what he thought was a low strike. And then you had Fryman clearly taking what was called strike 3 that was high. And then there's this, that ball ruled to be lodged in the chest protector of the catcher Namkin, and by rule, a base awarded, and so a run for Southern Cal there, making it 9-4. There is one additional interpretation that I think is what the umpires would have gone with. So, again, a lodged or inaccessible ball becomes an immediate dead ball, and every runner is given one base. And that's honestly to protect the defense as much as it is the offense, because you can't get it out, guys can just kind of keep on running, and you get the merry-go-round. So when you're talking about lodged versus accessible on a ball up against the fence or up against a wall, if it's easily accessible, it can be considered still a live ball. There is an interpretation for the chest protector. If the ball goes under or behind the chest protector of the catcher or the umpire, it is always ruled a dead ball, and runners are granted the base advancement. So I think the question you're left with there, Jackson Cotton goes down swinging for a strikeout, out number 1. The question you're left, was that indeed lodged? Yes, as Namkin stood there, the ball stayed there, so I think technically you would say lodged, but it almost looked like an ice cream cone.
I still think that the rule is to protect, like you mentioned, the defense, meaning it's lodged so deeply you got to call timeout to grab it.
Right.
And Clayton Namkin grabbed it right away. It was stuck. I don't think there's any debate there, but he grabbed it right away. And if there's any interpretation of the rule, I don't know how you can award a run. But there's been a lot of negative things happen for Texas State in this game, and we talk a lot about winning championships. You got to stay healthy. You got to have the talent. You got to have guys do what you don't expect them to do, but you absolutely have to have some luck on your side, and it just hasn't happened for Texas State today.
Stephen Trout told us we're not going to give in to adversity. We're going to keep fighting through it, and they've had their share of adversity today. Manny Salas hits this one high into the air, but he got under it. It's the center fielder, Urban, calling for it and making the catch for the out. That is 6 in a row retired by Southern Cal pitching. Zach Matson coming on has done a good job. He got a strikeout to end the 4th inning. A couple of ground balls and a strikeout in the 5th, a strikeout and a flyout here in the 6th. And here is Clayton Namkin at the plate. 1 for 2 with a single and a walk. Two and 0 now to Namkin.
Pretty good patient at bat for Clayton Namkin. And I again, very difficult to hit your way out of a 5-6 run deficit. But the other team gives you a few walks, maybe an error mixed in. And all that's created by being patient at the plate, not just going after the first pitch you see early in counts. They've already made 2 outs in this inning. And if I'm Namkin, I'm taking this pitch too. 3-1, whatever you get 3-1, you usually get 3-2.
This ball ripped out to left field by Namkin. He's going to try to turn it into 2 and will do so standing up. A 2-out double for the catcher for Texas State.
I think Namkin's had a couple of nice sequences. Threw out the runner to end the last half inning, and a 3-1 pitch rips this ball into left field for a double. And Jacque Stewart coming up.
Five-run lead for Southern Cal in the bottom of the 6th inning.
You can bet Jacque Stewart swinging the bat this time.
He's 0 for 2 with a walk and a pair of strikeouts, one swinging and one looking. And he takes a first pitch strike. Diego Velasquez started this game, went 3 1/3. After Velasquez, it was Gavin Lauritsen. He was not able to record an out, but Sax Matson came in. This ball hit high in the air to right field. Basir there to make the catch and end the inning. No runs on a hit, no errors, and a man left on base. Through 6, Trojans lead it by 5.
Have another.
Welcome back to the NCAA Baseball Regionals presented by Capital One. College Station, Texas. Kyle Field, the home of the Texas football Aggies. Off in the distance, Bluebell Park, the home of the baseball Aggies. Going to look a little bit different here in a couple of hours with the home team. The host team, I should say, the Texas Aggies Texas A&M Aggies take the field against the winner of this ball game. Jack Basir leading off for Southern Cal, and he takes up for ball 1. Sax Matson has come into the game for Southern Cal and has cooled things off. Texas State was trying to climb back into it. They cut the deficit in half. Southern Cal got a run on a lodged ball in the last half inning to make it a 5-run lead. Isaac Cadena was caught stealing to end the inning. And so Basir, still looking for his first hit today, goes ahead 3-0 in the count.
The well-traveled Jack Basir started his career at Pepperdine, moved over to TCU 2 years ago, and then last year with USC, part of the all-Corvallis regional team.
Four-pitch walk to Jack Basir to start the inning. He's from Pleasanton, California, so he starts out on the West Coast, decides to try out Texas life, and then says, let's go back to the sunshine of the West Coast. Andrew Lamb coming to the plate now for Southern Cal. Runner on first and nobody down, top of the 7th. Texas State, currently a Sun Belt Conference team, but not for much longer. Back in June of last year, they announced the move that Texas State was going to be part of the new look Pac-12. They will join the conference a month from today. 13 years in the Sun Belt Conference. Wonder if they'll bring Adrian with them.
Adrian, yeah.
To the new conference.
No, his head's a little higher than it was yesterday.
I know the people that are fans of Southern Cal and the teams that have moved to conference have probably gotten used to the new arrangement, but if you live in a different part of the country, it's still, you still do a double take when you say Southern Cal, Big Ten, UCLA, Big Ten.
Yeah, it's a little strange, but the Pac-12 is going to be easy to remember. If you got a state at the back of your name, you're in. Boise State, Colorado State, Fresno State, Oregon State, San Diego State. You already mentioned Texas State. Utah State and Washington State. That's the new Pac-12. Well, Gonzaga is going to join as an all-sports member, but doesn't have a football team.
Right. So does that mean they're joining as a most sports member?
That's right. Good catch.
2-0 to Lamb. That is 6 in a row that have missed. 4 to Basir to start the inning, and 2 now to the left fielder, Andrew Lamb. Had a single in the first, a ground out, and a strikeout since. A little closer over at first base. Jack Basir runs well, but only 1 stolen base this season. Leader on the team is Avery Covarrubias with 17 stolen bases. Takeuchi's got 14. Basir was leaning back to the bag as that throw came over.
Andrew Lamb has found himself in a platoon situation. A lot of times he's a left-handed pitcher, and he does have 42 plate appearances. Only hit .216. He does have the 2 home runs.
Meeting on the mound, and already a signal to the bullpen. So 6 in a row that missed out of the zone going to be enough, and that will end it for Eliza Gutierrez. Gutierrez, 2 innings of work, gave up 1 earned run, a couple of walks, a couple of strikeouts. We're going to take a live look at squeeze play. Liberty and Georgia in the bottom of the 6th inning playing in a 1-run game. Georgia now in front thanks to Trey Phelps. Let's listen in Athens.
Made a gesture right there. I don't know if that was it. Sorensen over there telling him to get moving. First baseman for Liberty. And Bradley LaCroix came out of the dugout before
Trey got to first base.
Look, emotional game. I mean, this place just electric. Georgia had been struggling. I get where Trey's kind of coming from, but at the same time, hey man, I'm kind of torn between this one. You want to celebrate a big moment, but at the same time, where is the line?
Yeah, I mean, you want to celebrate for sure. I guess the decision's been made that it was disrespectful to the Liberty bench, and that's why he's gone. I'm not sure how you can throw somebody out for being disrespectful, though. We're going to watch it here. Tell him to run. Everybody's talking to him around the bases. I'm just not sure how you can throw him out after he touches home plate and goes home. It's one thing to be mad for somebody celebrating their home run. It's another thing to be thrown out of the game for it.
Well, there has been a push in college baseball to eliminate some of these bat flips and but it's such a subjective thing. Is where I have kind of, there's that gray area. What is too much? And if you're a Liberty fan, you're like, that's too much. If you're a Georgia fan, you're enjoying the moment.
That's right.
Jackson to third, backhanded there by Jaffe across the diamond. That'll be out number 2. At the end of the day, you lose Phelps, but you do get a 2-run homer. And Jordan.
All right, you just saw it here on squeeze play. Trey Phelps, big home run, stands there. It looks longer than it actually was because it's in slow motion. Home plate umpire says move. He does.
All right, back here in College Station, drama in Athens. ESPN is the home for the NCAA College Baseball Regionals for around-the-clock multi-game coverage. Scan the QR code below. ESPN Plus subscribers can access expanded coverage with squeeze play. There's a lot going on, but as you were watching there during the break, Trey Phelps, after the home run to put Georgia on top, ejected for taking too long to go around the bases, had a little something to say to the Liberty dugout. But as we talked about with Arizona State earlier, he will now not be available for Georgia if it were to go to another game. Get the lead runner at second base. Nice job there by Keller Eberle just into the game. The bunt trying to get Basir to second. Lamb will reach on the fielder's choice. And Basir's out 1-6.
Well, Keller Eberle didn't look to go to second initially, and then he recovers. He's got a strong enough arm to make that play happen, but 150 points better against left-handed hitters than he is right-handed hitters, and that's why I think you saw Andy Stankiewicz asking Andrew Lamb to bunt, but it went right back to him and didn't work.
So if you're ejected from the game for unsportsmanlike conduct, you're out the remainder of that game and your next game. So if Liberty wins, Trey Phelps would not be able to play in a Game 7 of the Athens Regional. If Georgia wins this game, Trey Phelps won't be available for the first game of a Super Regional. The Athens Regional, Georgia is the number 3 seed, is paired with the Starkville Regional, where Mississippi State is 2-0 and will play in a regional final tonight.
I just feel like if you're going to eject somebody, it has to be really egregious. And I think when Landon Harrison's case and then that right there with Trey Phelps, it just didn't feel that way. And to your point,
with Harrison, there was a pretty big bat flip.
Well, straight up in the air.
Yeah.
But he didn't hit anybody. And
No.
as far as we know, he didn't cuss out the umpire. That was always the deal. Like for me as a hitter, if I turn around the umpire and I made it personal, they'd kick you out. But if you said something like that was not a strike and made said a cuss word or two, which I've never done in my life, but mom's listening. But that's when they would get you if you made it personal. And I don't know that Landon Harrison did that, but yeah, I mean, the bat flip was a little silly, but we saw Jacquet do something similar. It just wasn't straight up in the air, and he's still in the game.
Runner goes. This pitch way outside, and Lamb is going to get to second with a stolen base. Actually, it's a pinch runner. I beg your pardon. So that's Woodson who has come into the game as the pinch runner. Hayden Woodson out at second base in place of Andrew Lamb. Second stolen base of the year for Hayden Woodson. Carpentier with a 2-2 count. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Carpentier, fielder's choice, a fly out and a ground out today, 0 for 3. This ball lined into center field. Woodson broke back to the bag at second, and they're going to have to stop him at third base. Base hit for Carpentier. Well struck right up the middle. If Woodson immediately breaks toward third, you got a decision to make on whether or not to send him. When he went back a step to the bag and lost all of that forward momentum, there was no choice but to slam on the brakes.
That's why they tell you as a runner, you find out where the second shortstops are playing in this day and age when we talk about all the shifts. It's possible that somebody's sitting right behind the bag. But once that got past the pitcher, as a runner, that's getting into center field. But you're right, he took a false step back. And that's what cost the Trojans a run. And now, with one out, the Bobcats are in a position where leading our top 2 in the country in double plays, 1 pitch away from getting out of this inning.
And then on the flip side, Walter Urban looking to get a ball in the air to the outfield, try and extend the lead. Right now, a 5-run advantage for USC here in the top of the 7th inning, 9-4. So we had a step off there from Eberle. It's the one he's allowed in the at-bat. And this is a bunt up the first base line, and it's a beauty by Urban. They'll flip to first for the second out of the inning. But coming home to score, Hayden Woodson, the pinch runner for Lamb. And it's now 10 for USC.
USC will bunt, 32 sack bunts on the year. But that surprised everybody. Just a push down the right side. Nice job by Walter Urban to get the run home, and that's 10 for the Trojans.
RBI for Walter Urban, his 12th of the season on the sacrifice bunt. Carpentier out at second base and back to the top of the order, and Avery Covarrubias. He takes a first pitch strike. Covarrubias has had a quietly productive day, a single to lead off the game. He walked in the second, had a sac bunt in the fourth, and a ground out in the fifth. And he lifts this one out to left field. Stewart on the run, not going to get there. It's going to go all the way to the wall. Carpentier comes around to score, and Covarrubias will jog into second base with an RBI double. 2 runs on the board in the inning for USC. It's a 7-run lead, 11-4.
Keller Eberle trying to get away with that fastball and got it ripped right back up the middle by Dean Carpentier. And now Avery Covarrubias gets a hanging slider and just rips that into left center. Another run across for the Trojans. 19 runs yesterday, 11 runs today. That's a big offensive output by the USC Trojans in 2 days.
Adrian Lopez, big swing and a miss. Aaron Fitt with D1 Baseball is in Athens. And he has posted that Trey Phelps' parents are sitting directly behind the Liberty dugout. And if you were watching, you saw Trey Phelps look like he blew kisses to the Liberty dugout. His mom and dad were sitting there directly in front of Aaron Fitt.
That's a tough break. Jumping to conclusions.
Hugely emotional game.
And it would be one thing to lose Trey Phelps in a regional game, but to your point, if they were to win and they lose him for the first game of a super, that's huge. And all because he blew kisses to his family?
He continued to take his time around the bases.
Well, he always does that.
Yeah, he's a flashy player, but boy, has he had a good year for Georgia.
Well, he's one of the reasons Daniel Jackson has been able to do what he's been doing, the Triple Crown winner, or going to be the Triple Crown winner in the SEC. And that whole lineup is stacked. But Trey Phelps is a big part of it. Tough break.
Adrian Lopez hit by a pitch and scored a run in the first inning. Walked and stranded in the sixth. He's been on base twice, 0 for 2 in the game. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner at second. USC's put 2 on the board here in the top of the 7th. Now a full count to Lopez.
And Keller Eberle not being able to land his off speed is tough because that's his deal. Big time changeup and slider usage from Eberle, but if he can't land that, he's basically reduced to that fastball, and we've seen that turn around a couple times.
Full count pitch. Popped up right side of the infield. Bowles being called off by Cotton coming in from right field. He'll make the catch, and that ends the inning. 2 more on the board for Southern Cal. Their lead is 7. Time to stretch at Bluebell. (11-4), Southern Cal leading it over Texas State as we go to the bottom of the 7th. 11 runs, 10 hits for the Trojans, 4 and 6 for the Bobcats. The NCAA Regionals coverage for all of the sites that are still in play tomorrow is available to you on ESPN Plus and the ESPN app. For more information, visit ncaa.com, the home of all NCAA championships. How about the job that Sax Matson has done since coming into this game for USC? Texas State was trying to rally, climb back into this ball game, and he has shut things down.
Fantastic. He's faced 10 hitters, only given up the 1 hit, 2 2/3, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. And a few innings ago, it looked like Texas State was going to try to make a comeback. Sax Matson comes in, and yeah, he's been fantastic.
There's a strike to Justin Vasos. 0 for 2. Had a bases loaded walk in the 4th inning and picked up an RBI, his 19th of the year. Fouls this one away, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
If somebody can make a run out of the loser's bracket, you would think it could be USC. I mean, the pitching staff has depth, 3.5 ERA as a group. They've had 10 shutouts this year. That's most in the country. 9 of them, of course, involved Mason Edwards or Grant Govell.
This ball lifted out into center field, and that is going to fall in front of Kevin Takeuchi, who has just gone to center field. That's where he started game 1. He's been at third base the last couple, so Takeuchi back out roaming the middle of the outfield. Urban is now in left field. Walter Urban. And the new third baseman is Maddox Risky. So moving pieces around a bit. And now we have a pinch hitter at the plate for Texas State, Blake Beheeler. Leadoff single for Vasos, and now Beheeler batting in the place of Bennett Fryman. Ball and a strike to Beheeler. So Lamb has come out of the game, and that's kind of what prompted the moving around.
Beheeler missed a month, end of April end of March into the end of April. Only 11 starts on the year. Last home run was middle of May against Marshall. Well, he does have a little bit of pop.
This ball lifted to left field. Urban on the run. He'll make the catch for the first out in the inning. Beheeler retired.
Zach Madsen continues his dominance. Round the plate, mixing his pitches well, landing his off speed for strikes.
They're in the bottom of the ninth inning in Westwood. UCLA and St. Mary's playing in an elimination game. UCLA with a 1-run lead, 5-4, and St. Mary's is the home team. So they are going to try and do to UCLA what UCLA did to them yesterday, and they got a leadoff single. So a runner on base with a chance to tie it or try to win it in the bottom of the ninth for the Gales of St. Mary.
They like to play
St.
games
Mary's.
close, don't they? UCLA.
Their last 4 wins have all been walk-off victories.
Not necessarily playing like the #1 team in the country, but they don't like that label anyway. 0-2 and getting Omaha from UCLA when they were the #1 overall seed in that program's history.
Georgia Tech with a 7-2 lead over Oklahoma in Atlanta. This ball in the air to right field where Basir will make the catch for the second out of the inning. That ball jumped off the bat, but Basir right there to haul it in.
Zach Madsen hadn't missed a barrel last 2 guys. Beheeler ripped it to left, and now a rip to right field by Chase Mora. Now Coy DeFury, who's over the last 4 at-bats has been really good. Home run, double, a walk. Hard hit ground ball to second.
Oregon State's up 10-1 on Washington. They'll be conference mates with Texas State. Chopper and an easy one for Lopez at first base. He'll step on the bag to end of the inning. Texas State strands a runner in the 7th. Back with you in Aggieland. In 11-4 the score of our game as we go to the top of the 8th inning. Texas A&M awaiting the winner of this game tonight. About an hour and 45 minutes, maybe 2 hours from right now. The winner of this College Station Regional will meet the winner of the Chapel Hill Regional. It is looking more and more like that is going to be North Carolina. Bottom of the 7th inning, the Tar Heels lead at 8-3 over the ECU Pirates. Sam Hall now into the game for Texas State, making his 17th appearance of the year.
Fastball 93, 94 miles an hour, 244 against left-handers, 100 points better than he is right-handers. Got a lefty coming up in Augie Lopez, the first hitter. Fastball slider change, more change-ups to left-handers. That's his out pitch.
Pretty chill right there.
That's how Richard's sitting in the booth calling the game. Just nice and chill.
Is that wrong?
No, I'm not. I'm jealous.
Lay back. The Healer now in left field for Texas State. Jacquay Stewart has moved to right field, and Jackson Cotton has gone to center field. Just moving everybody around. Fryman out of the game. So you got Cotton in center. Where else can Stewart play? We've seen him at first, in left, and in right.
And he can really play first base. I mean, he's made some nice picks over there. Just looks comfortable at first base, but yeah, that's a valuable kid right there. Can play all around the ballpark.
Augie Lopez leading the inning off for Southern Cal. He's behind in the count of ball and 2 strikes. Battling at the plate. Sam Hall on the mound. Hall, the 7th pitcher used today by Texas State. Cade Smith, the starter, followed by Cooper, Beversdorf, Curbo, Gutierrez, Eberly, and now Hall. And Hall gets a strikeout of Augie Lopez.
Big first out, 3-hole Augie Lopez. Already with a base hit in this game, scored twice. And just can't catch. Nice change up right there to the left-hander. Over the top and out in front, first out.
Three huge insurance runs for Southern Cal in their last 2 at-bats. You had the lodged ball run in the 6th inning that allowed Adrian Lopez to come home and score. Pitch to Takeuchi, called a strike.
Out in Westwood.
What do you got?
St. Mary's down by 1 in the bottom of the 9th with a guy on second and 1 out. Chopper over the first baseman's head, and that ties it up for St. Mary's. And now they have another runner in scoring position.
Takeuchi goes down on strikes, back-to-back punch-outs for Sam Hall. Two down here in the top of the 8th.
He can get some swing and misses. 36 strikeouts in 31 innings. Now 38 strikeouts on the year. Sam Hall.
ball has come onto the field down the right field line. And Jacquay Stewart had to jog over and get it. Toss it back to the kids on the berm down the right field line. Spend a long afternoon at the ballpark and then get a long night coming up for those Aggies fans at the Yard. So the #1 overall, once again on the brink of elimination. They've given up a run in the bottom of the 9th inning. UCLA and St. Mary's tied at 5. St. Mary's has the winning run at second base with 2 down. There's a strike to Isaac Cadena.
Always felt like that was hard as a hitter for a right-handed pitcher to fall off to the left side but then throw it on the outside corner, because you're watching a lot of his body movement. And when he would fall off, my initial reaction was he was going to come inside, but when he keeps the fastball on the outside corner, just made me a little jumpy.
Still in a delay at Auburn with UCF leading over Auburn through the right side past the first baseman DeFury. Another base hit for Isaac Cadena. I made the comment in his last at bat, even when he struck out, they didn't get him out. It was a strikeout wild pitch that allowed him to get to first base. And so still, Isaac Cadena has only been retired 1 time in this entire tournament.
It's pretty strong. 3 hits today, including the home run back in the 3rd inning. And with 2 outs, Trojans up by 7. It's a base runner.
Isaac Cadena came into this tournament with a .289 batting average. Let's see where he is now. It has climbed steadily. Jack Basier at the plate. He's up to .308 now. When you are this deep into the season and you see a 20-point jump in your batting average, you've had a good weekend.
You've had a good week. 2 weeks. Takes a lot when you got a lot of plate appearances to get that batting average up. That's why I always loved when you had about 400 at bats under your belt. You go over 4, it drops a point, maybe 2. I loved that part of the season. The beginning, not so much. Go 1 for 10, look up and you're hitting 100. It affected you.
Cadena over 200 at bats now. This one rolled through the right side. Bowles ranging over. He gets to it, but he can't field it cleanly. So Basier with a single.
Yeah, I'm going to agree with you on the single. They might pin an error on him, but I don't know how. That was a difficult play with the ball spinning. He caught that ball right where the grass meets the dirt, so you got that lip to deal with. And right when that was hit, I thought to myself it was just going to be too tough for Bowles to get a handle on that one.
Base hit.
Yeah, there you go.
First and second, 2 down. And Maddox Risky will hit.
This ball never came up. And when you're a second baseman and you're on the grass, you kind of anticipate it's going to hit that lip and bounce up on you. And that's probably what happened to Bowles. Wasn't able to stay down. Of course, with the spin as well, it was hard to glove.
So this is the spot where Andrew Lamb was. Lamb reached on the fielder's choice. They pinch ran for him with Hayden Woodson. Got a stolen base and ended up scoring. And Maddox Risky came into the game in left field and bats here in the top of the 8th, trying to keep the inning going. Chopper up the middle. It scoots right through the middle of the infield. Cadena hits the bag at third. He'll come around to score. Basier goes first to third. An RBI single for Maddox Risky, and it's now 12-4.
Just finds a hole right back up the middle. Bounces it. And Woodson just got in the game, and that's tough to do. Get up to the plate, been sitting for 2 hours. Nowhere to swing, no cages, and just jump up there and go. Risky with a base hit adds another run for the Trojans.
Risky was hitting just 191 coming into this game. He gets a base hit to add on an insurance run. and it's back to the original 8-run lead. So the Trojans jumped out to a 4-0 lead. It was 8-0 after 4. Bottom of the 4th inning, Texas State scored their 4 runs. 6th, 7th, and 8th, though, it's been 1 run, 2 runs, 1 run. And the advantage, once again, is 8. 12-4, Trojans in front, trying to advance to the regional final tonight for the opportunity to beat Texas A&M not once, but twice. Dean Carpentier ahead in the count. 3-0. Outside, ball 4, bases loaded now for USC.
USC team has had quite a journey. Left the Pac-12 to go to the Big Ten. Andy Stankiewicz 4 years ago inherited a team that finished last in the Pac-12. And it's built it to where it is now. Made the NCAA tournament for the first time since 2015. That was last year. And this year ranked as high as number 12 in the country. Started 19-0, tied for the longest winning streak in program history. And the first 40-win season for the Trojans since 2005. Had to play in a different ballpark over the last couple of years. Finally got back in their own ballpark this year and went 32-1 at home. Pretty impressive.
32-1 at home is just downright silly.
Think they were hoping they'd host a regional?
Walter Urban yesterday against Lamar. Yanked one down the left field line. A grand slam for him. He is coming to the plate here with the bases loaded in the top of the 8th inning. That home run yesterday for Urban was just his 3rd of the year. Urban with the grand slam yesterday. Takeuchi had one in the 1st inning today. St. Mary's has the bases loaded with 2 outs. This time Urban lines it out into right field. Basir comes around to score. Here comes Maddox, risky. He'll do so without a throw. Gonna try to clear the bases. Dean Carpentier all the way around. It's a 3-run bases clearing double for Walter Urban.
What a great thing to have. A hitter as good as Walter Urban in the 9-hole. And it's just nice and sweet. Quick to the ball, into the gap, clears the bases. Walter Urban is having himself a huge weekend. 5 hits last night, 2 today. Bases clearing, had a grand slam last night. Bases clearing double just now. Wow.
Urban came into yesterday's ball game with 6 runs batted in on the year. Comes into today's game with 11. He has added 4 more. He's now at 15 on the year. That is 9 driven in the last 2 days for Walter Urban.
And just his 12th start of the year today. Just another talented freshman on this Trojan roster.
Covarrubias wears that one in the back. And that will bring Adrian Lopez to the plate. The 9th hitter of the inning is Southern Cal has 15 runs on the board. That's on the heels of scoring 19 yesterday. So UCLA gets out of that jam, that bases loaded 2-out jam in the bottom of the 9th inning, but the St. Mary's Gales have tied it up with the number 1 overall seed. Through 9, 5-5. They are headed to extras in Westwood. All season long, UCLA has been the number 1 ranked team in the country. Do they look to you right now like they can win a national championship?
It's tough to say that right now. They do have the highest prospect in the country playing shortstop for them. Roman Martin, the 3rd baseman's a dude. And Uive Lavu at first base also. I love their story, though. You know, in this day and age of NIL and everything else going on, kids transferring without penalty. John Savage played all the freshmen 2 years ago. They went 19-33. and had to endure that season. And then last year, same chemistry, same guys, nobody left, and they make it to Omaha last year. And so this year they're reaping the benefits of that first year when all the freshmen got to play. And 50-win season, but they've got to really get together and get after it, because yeah, they've kind of sleptwalked through this postseason so far.
1-2 to Adrian Lopez. That one just missed. Kentucky has taken a 7-6 lead over West Virginia. North Carolina on its way to a regional win. They're up 9-3 over East Carolina in the 8th. This one cued foul. Georgia still with a 2-1 lead over Liberty. The story out of that game was the ejection of both Trey Phelps and Wes Johnson for unsportsmanlike conduct, celebrating a home run. There was a lot there. I think most would look at that and say, yeah, you want to throw him out of the game there, but you also could say, you know, if you just run the bases, you're still in the game also. And not only is he out for the remainder of this game, he will have to miss Georgia's next game. There's a swing and a miss by Lopez, goes down swinging, 9th man of the inning. That would either be the regional final or the first game of the Super Regional. Welcome back to NCAA Baseball Regionals, presented by Capital One. Aggie fans primarily. Those motorhomes getting ready for a regional final coming up about an hour and a half from now. Maybe a little longer than that. Way to go, the conclusion of this one. Southern Cal leading 15-4. What a job by Sax Matson. They needed to come in and kind of stop the bleeding, stop the rally, and he did just that. 3 2/3, no runs.
2 hits, 4 strikeouts, and 14 batters faced. And Sax Matson, like we said, when he came in the game, Bobcats were gaining a little momentum, but he shut them down.
Ben Cushney now into the game for Southern Cal. 17th appearance of the year. Numbers are good, just a 1.74 ERA.
Well, that's because he just beats up on left-handed hitters. 2 of the next 3 hitters for Texas State are left-handed. High 80s fastball, but high usage of the slider and the changeup.
4th pitcher used by Southern Cal. Diego Velasquez, the starter, went 3 1/3. Lauritsen, then Matson, and now Ben Cushney. Inside for ball 1. Brady Bowles leading off, then top of the order, Jackson Cotton and Manny Salas for Texas State. Bowles with a single and a run scored back in the 4-run fourth for the Bobcats. This ball hit out into left. There's Urban, reaches up and makes the catch for the first out of the inning.
Bobcats have hit a lot of balls like that, it seems, tonight, where they just barely missed it. Brady Bowles out of the 9 spot. Right off the end of the bat to left field for the first out.
Arkansas with a 5-3 lead over Kansas. That is a regional final game there. Razorbacks trying to force a Game 7 tomorrow in Lawrence, Kansas. Arizona State finished off Nebraska earlier, 11-8. Regional final tonight with Ole Miss and Arizona State. Sun Devils without Hairston in that ball game after he was ejected.
And I guess you could say they've already played today, right?
Who, Ole Miss?
Yeah, Ole Miss and Nebraska.
Played an inning.
This morning.
The NCAA does not allow a team to play 3 times in a day. And so you brought that into possibility with Nebraska having to finish that game. And then had they beaten Arizona State, it technically would have been the 3rd game. But the NCAA had already allowed an exception on that since there was only an inning remaining. Now, if it had ended up going, 14 innings like Ole Miss's game with Arizona State did on Friday, I wonder if they would have gone back and said, well, hold on a second.
Also interesting in who will host now that Nebraska's been eliminated. Auburn in trouble in their own regional. Those two match up. Who would host the Super?
2 down in the inning, and now Manny Salas comes to the plate. Salas drove in a run back in the 4th. He was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. Been on base a couple of times. Had the home run in yesterday's ball game. He's got 16 on the year.
Lefty's hitting 125 off Ben Kushney. Righty's 240.
Pulled off the breaking ball there, and the count evens at 1-1. Kansas just hit a 3-run home run to take a 6-5 lead over Arkansas. They were trailing 5-3. There is a lot of action right now in a lot of different places.
Yeah, that Arkansas pitching staff had come in pretty hot, too.
UCLA was held scoreless in the top of the 10th inning, so St. Mary's, home team in that game in Los Angeles, is a run away from winning it and eliminating the #1 overall seed. Ground ball right side. Covarrubias fields it, flips it to first, and we go to the 9th. 15-4, USC in front. Let's take a look at our Capital One rewarding performance. We go all the way back to the first inning. Kevin Takeuchi, a grand slam, set the tone right out of the gate for the Trojans, and they have not looked back. Added runs in the third and the fourth. It was 8-0, then it was 8-4. But a run in the sixth, 2 in the seventh, 4 in the eighth, and it is an 11-run advantage for the Trojans as they are on their way to a meeting with Texas A&M in just a little while.
12 hits today and 34 runs in the last 2 games for the Trojans.
Not too shabby.
Not too bad for a team that hits 278. They can pop you some homers, but you don't expect that kind of offensive output, but they have shown up in this regional.
Augie Lopez going to lead things off, but Titan Targach into the game, making his 17th appearance of the year. 30 strikeouts, 25 walks, and 28 1/3.
What a great name.
Pretty strong. Does that mean you were expecting great things for your son if you name him Titan?
I think if you get in a fight, you got to win, right? If your name's Titan.
Should he have considered Cal State Fullerton?
Good point.
They're the
Titan playing for the Titans, yeah. I get it. Maybe UFC?
Huh? So our colleague Pat McAfee just had a son. Did you see what he named him? Midas.
Midas Touch.
I suppose I should follow up by saying congratulations to the McAfees on the birth of their son.
Yeah. I like it. I like that name. I wasn't as creative.
Parents went with Todd.
Yeah.
Fly ball out to center field. One away here in the top of the ninth. Austin Munguia played in yesterday's ball game and to catch, replacing Namkin. It's been a good run for this Texas State team. Ground ball right side in between Hop. Bowles able to handle it. He started to come in, realized that hop was going to be tough, and when he started backpedaling, he nearly lost his footing.
What a recovery.
Whew.
By Bowles. And there's a look at the Texas State dugout. They've had a good year.
Kind of ran into a, well, they described it as pretty significant adversity in April. They had a stretch where they lost 2 of 3 to Troy. They were swept by Southern Miss, lost 2 of 3 to Coastal Carolina, and were swept by South Alabama. And just kind of found themselves in a bad place. They got a midweek win against Baylor, and then went on the road to Jonesboro and swept a pretty good Arkansas State team. Able to kind of get it back on the tracks there in the first week of May. Got a couple of wins in the Sun Belt Conference tournament before being eliminated by Louisiana. Thought their season was over after that Saturday in the Sun Belt tournament. Got new life, being selected as an at-large into the field of 64, and they made the most of it.
Had a win over Texas A&M earlier this year, and, you know, again, just playing in the regionals, there's only one team that's going to win the national championship. Everybody else just leaves with a bunch of memories. And for those guys playing in this regional, I still remember the regionals I played with, and that was a long time ago. And things that happened and guys you played with that I still keep in touch with. So a lot of good stuff comes out of this regional.
Braylon Timmons will now pitch, the left-hander from Grand Prairie, Texas. 6'2", 188 pounds. You know, you get to the end, and we talked about this some yesterday with Lamar. Will Davis trying to get as many guys as he possibly could into that ball game, so they had a chance to play in their last college baseball game. For a lot of these guys on the Texas State team, this will be it as well.
Yeah, Rashawn Galloway right there with the towel on his head. What a great player. His eligibility is up. Chase Mora, the third baseman. First player in NCAA history to hit a home run in his first 3 plate appearances in college. And Chase Mora, a bunch of seniors on this team that just leave with a lot of memories.
We've seen Dylan Curbo pitch a couple of times this weekend. He is the only player on this team that was part of the Texas State team that played in the Stanford Regional out in Palo Alto back in 2022. Let's briefly cut into Los Angeles, if we may.
Ground ball to third. Into left field. Base hit. Rounding third. Here comes Cody Cashimoto, and St. Mary's has won the game.
That's amazing.
Whew. Down goes number 1.
You do not want the number 1 next to your name. Only 2 times since 1999 as a number 1 overall seed won the national championship. That was Miami in '99, and then Tennessee in 2024. So there's something to having that target on your back, and UCLA goes down.
Isaiah Ibarra getting a chance to swing the bat here for Southern Cal. I think some SC fans just saw that highlight as well. It brought a smile to their face. I don't know if that news has made its way to the SC dugout. They've got other reasons to smile. Their season is going to continue at least until later tonight when they will meet Texas A&M in the regional final. Aggies fans beginning to make their way toward the stadium, lining up outside the ballpark. This place filled to capacity and then some last night. We expect the same on this Sunday night in College Station. Barra hitting 200 on the year, 3 hits and 15 at-bats. That one goes to the backstop, and so he will earn the free pass down to first base. Hitting in the place of Isaac Cadena. Chase Mora on Friday night was the hero for the Bobcats. His 2-run home run in the top of the 9th inning put them ahead 5-4. You look at the school records that he holds, 227 career games played. We have seen him defensively make play after play this weekend also. Fouled back. Munguia, who had just come into the game, able to lunge at the last second and squeeze it for the final out.
Pretty athletic. The guy, again, who's been sitting on the bench up until an inning ago, and he keeps the feet moving. Let's go, big guy. What a play.
USC going to the bullpen one more time. Henry Chabot coming in, making his 17th appearance of the year. Pitching in consecutive days. 2-0, 19 strikeouts, 14 1/3 worked this year.
Great numbers in limited action. High walk total, 14 and 14. One per inning for Henry Chabot, who's coming in just to clean this thing up.
Georgia Tech with an 8-5 lead over Oklahoma in the 4th inning. Russ Chandler Stadium in Atlanta. Kentucky leading 7-6 over West Virginia. There you see Dylan Curbo with the green wristband. He was the only guy that was part of that team for Texas State and the Stanford Regional back in 2022. Talked about that a bit ago. And well, you talk about seeing highs and lows. To have that experience earlier in your career, then go without it, and then in your final season get to make a return to an NCAA regional, what a run. Ibarra now behind the plate for Southern Cal. We saw him pinch hit, draw the walk, and now he replaces Isaac Cadena, who will get a little extra rest before Southern Cal suits back up for matchup tonight with Texas A&M. Austin McGee fouls this one away.
Yeah, you can't say it enough. There's
Colby Diaz.
Colby Diaz, another senior that probably in his last game, but you know, look, you're fortunate enough just to get a chance to play Division I. We know how rare that is, and then to get to play in a regional. Again, you'll spend the rest of your life remembering these moments and these kids, especially the ones that this is their final game. It's just special time. Feel very lucky.
Long way to go in Atlanta. Oklahoma just hit a grand slam to go in front of Georgia Tech. And balls are flying all over the country.
Record-breaking offensive year for sure. We went through about 10 years where, you know, the ERAs as teams were under 3 and it's hard to hit. Omaha wasn't giving anything up in the World Series, but now, you know, they did the tightly wound seam baseball they talked about in 2015, where it was harder for pitchers to grip and a little more aerodynamic. But, you know, it's still, they got the BB core in their hands. Something's changed, but it is definitely an offensive sport now.
So picked up in foul ground. Gia battling at the plate. Andy Stankwitz going to coach another one here in just a couple of hours. We'll race the scoreboard and start with zeros. It has been an offensive explosion the last 2 days. 19 runs for USC in yesterday's game. They put 15 more up on the board tonight or this afternoon. I don't know if we're going to see 15 runs from Southern Cal tonight, but is there any reason to think that offensively they're not going to keep swinging it?
Well, we talked about the momentum from yesterday coming into today, and that clearly was a deal. Trojans pinned 4 on the Bobcats in the top of the first inning. So, yeah, I do think that you can carry that over. And playing a game, being involved, and, you know, just the whole getting after it today already is an advantage, I think. But ultimately, it's the guy on the mound that makes the difference. And we haven't heard. You know, Texas A&M with Aiden Sims, their ace, has been out for 3 weeks.
And last night after the game in his press conference, Michael Early said that he is shut down for the year and will not pitch anymore this season. They think that there is a minor surgery that can happen to clean some things up and have him ready to return in the fall for Texas A&M. So that is one name we will not see.
So my point is they're without their ace. They've thrown their 2 and 3, Shane Sadeo and Weston Moss. And so we'll see who Texas A&M has left. 13th in the SEC as a pitching staff. They can bash it, we know that, but the guys on the mound make the difference. And of course USC I think is loaded as a staff. They've already, of course, used their number 1 and their number 2, so we'll see where we're at.
Don't you feel like that the most likely option for USC tonight is Andrew Johnson?
Yeah, they pulled him for the closer when they got beat in the 9th by Texas State. And, yes, I do think Andrew Johnson's the best option for him. But we'll see what happens. I think you'll see Adam Troy in that game tonight as well. Probably get extended more than he's used to.
Well, I'm not so sure that a slightly different role for Adam Troy might not be a good thing. Not necessarily coming into a game-deciding role at the very end. This ball fielded in fair territory to second for 1 to first. Not in time for the double play, but risky. Played that perfectly at third base. Able to get it to Covarrubias for the force out at second and the second out of the inning.
One more out for the season for Texas State. Came in as an at-large bid. 5 Sun Belt teams into the field of 64. And they're going to let Rashawn get in there.
Well, this is a nice moment. Rashawn Galloway has not been able to go. He started yesterday's ball game, had 2 at-bats, just in so much pain swinging the bat. There was a grimace with every single swing. But this guy that has meant so much to the Texas State program, getting the opportunity to come in just as a pinch runner.
Yeah, pretty neat.
Rashawn Galloway. Stephen Trout, after that game on Friday night, said, we ask our players to figuratively run through a wall. He literally ran through the wall in making that play, which was huge in terms of the game. If he doesn't make that catch, UCLA extends its lead at that point. Who knows how that first game might have turned out.
Saved the game. Yeah, it ended up being a 1-run game.
Pop foul, first base side. Lopez underneath it, squeezes it for the final out, and that is how this game ends. Southern Cal advancing to the 33rd regional final in program history, the 2nd consecutive year that they have advanced to the regional final. They certainly have their work cut out for them. They'll have to beat Texas A&M tonight and then do it again tomorrow to advance to a super regional. For Texas State, the season comes to an end. For a team that thought that its season was over 8 days ago on Saturday of its conference tournament, they came here and fought like heck for the last 3 days and made the most of the opportunity.
Congratulations to Stephen Trout and the Texas State Bobcats on a nice season, making it all the way to this point. And for USC, they move on, and they have about an hour to get ready for Texas A&M here in College Station. Texas A&M 14-0 in hosting here in College Station in the last 4 regionals. And so it'll be a big one tonight.
So Texas A&M will take on Southern Cal. It's the number 1 versus number 2. A lot of us thought we would get that last night. We have to wait a day. We get it tonight. Will we get it tomorrow as well? Season comes to an end for Texas State. We've got that one coming up for you a little after 8 o'clock local time, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. The number 1 seed, Texas A&M. The number 2 seed, Southern Cal. In the meantime, don't miss out. Squeeze Play keeping you up to date with everything that is happening around the country. For our entire ESPN crew, my partner Todd Walker, I'm Richard Cross. So long from College Station. We got the Aggies and the Trojans coming up in a little over an hour. We'll talk to you then.